early. Since we're going early, I'm hitting go on the button, and I actually hit it a couple seconds ago. But now I'm gonna go
Oh,
over and tweet that we're live.
but now
So
you're
I'm
fish. You're
saying
a
now
fish
on
energy
stream
treatment. Okay,
that I'm gonna tweet that we're
but
live.
then you're gonna got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
because now we actually
good.
are live.
I did remember. I did remember to mute you again at the end of my visitation to the chat room when I actually had to listen to you in the regular chat like a pleb.
Yes. Yes. Yes, you did. What was I gonna... There was something that was on my mind that was like, oh, I'll hit the button and we'll go, and I can do this, that, or whatever in order to, like, kill time while people filter in, because we're going 10 minutes early. You know, we hit
Right,
the
it was
button
so
10 minutes
early.
earlier. Is it a Behringer microphone? No, it's an Apex. It's my normal mic. Just I took the foam off because I just because like there's no real compelling reason. I just took it off. That was really loud.
My opening my soda.
Yeah, that was really loud.
Well, I suppose I could hunt some down, but I didn't bring anything to open with the eating sounds today.
I think that right there was enough.
Was that plenty?
That was...
Maybe you just have me turned up really loud.
No, I don't. I have you at a comfortable level.
I mean, I did open it like as close as I could without tipping it enough to spill it on my keyboard. So
that it sounded like it. It definitely sounded like that.
I was successful in my aim. Then I did it good.
So, the mic that I want to get.
Ooh, new equipment.
Well, here's the thing. Is I want to get this microphone, but I have no reason to actually get this microphone, if that makes any sense at all.
Do you need a reason?
I feel like I need a reason because... All right, I'll explain it here. Just give me a second to...
Okay. Right. We'll just give you a second.
To put it up. So I'm gonna find it here and then add it. Okay. So that right there is the mic that I would like to get. I would like to get this microphone, but I can't justify getting this microphone. So that's the Apex 747.
I can think of a reason. I can think of one. It's really pretty.
It's really pretty. Like that's kind of the like main reason. But so here's the thing. So it's actually in the same class as this one that I'm using right now. It's a similar type of microphone. It has a little bit of a different response profile. It's bigger. It's actually a good bit larger than this mic. Like it's a pretty hefty size, but it looks really nice. It also costs basically the same as what I paid for this mic. So it's not like an upgrade. It's not like, oh, hey, I'm making a substantial jump in like audio quality here. It's I'm making a side grade because it looks cool. And it's like, to a certain degree, like, yeah, that's an okay enough reason to, you know, to get something, but I can't quite justify it, because it's like...
Well, okay, but all right, so, two more things. Can you get enough for your current mic to make the purchase of the other one more reasonable?
I can. Yeah. So it would take a bit of effort. So one of the good things about mics is that they don't, if you treat them well, they don't really lose value a whole lot. Like, I mean, people still expect uh, a bit of a deal on used equipment because it's used equipment, but if it's pretty reasonable to expect like 75% of original purchasing price for a microphone, assuming that it's in good condition. Like, they don't wear out. They last decades if you treat them well. If you're nice to a microphone, especially like a studio mic, like, it's in a calm environment, it's in a controlled environment, it's not being moved around a whole lot, it's not being abused, it's not being knocked around, it's not being dropped. Like, particularly if you've got a setup like this, where it's like, okay, the mic goes into the holder on the arm, and then it sits there for the next 10 years or whatever. Like, you don't... There's just not a lot of wear on them. So, you can expect that a well-treated microphone, like from the 60s, is still going to sound good. Like, it's going to sound like what it's supposed to sound like. Now, so the main thing that kind of depreciates microphones over time is changes in style, changes in like the really nitty-gritty of the technology. So not like broad design, but just like, oh, we developed we can make better diaphragms at a much lower cost these days. So like this design of mic right here would have cost like the equivalent of thousands of dollars back in the 50s, but you can get it for a couple $100 now because just manufacturing technology has changed. So yeah, so like that's the main thing that changes, and this mic's only a few years old. So it's current. Like you can't buy one of them new anymore, but that's just like this specific model. They've basically replaced it with I want to say it was like the 417 or something. So it's it's not that old. So I could probably still get reasonably, like I could probably still get like $150 for it, which does take a big chunk of the cost of the new mic out of it.
That would make it more worth upgrading, or side grading.
But then you need to go through the whole process.
Well, yeah, but if you're considering purchasing the new one anyway, it's obvious that you don't need the $150 from that one to get the new one. So you could just get the new one and then let that one take as long as it needs to sell.
Well, but that's kind of the thing, is it's like, do I have $200 just kind of like lying around to buy a mic that I don't technically need?
Wait, is the new mic 200 or
it's a little over 200? It's like, about 220, 230. Oh my,
that's not expensive for a microphone.
No, not at all. Not at all.
This point, you're talking yourself out of it now is just silly at this point. It's barely over $200, and you could get at least half of that for the one that you have right now. Get the new one. Or alternately, can you think of 2 places that you could use a permanent mic in? Or do you already have a mic for like your video shoots and stuff? Or do you
I use a completely different mic for shooting over for shooting my stuff. I use a shotgun for that. I have a Rode NTG2 that I use for that, and I really like it, and it's great for that application. And it's also the one that I bring like on set and stuff like that. Like it's for those kind of uses, like talking head dock kind of stuff. So it's like, do I have something that like? There's the occasional thing where I'm like, man, I really could use another studio mic. But the thing is that if I want multiple studio mics lying around for something, I want them to all be the same so that they sound the same.
Right.
Don't.
Then, there's your reason right there. You've talked yourself into it. See, if you want multiple studio mics that are the same and sound the same, and the one that you currently have is not being manufactured anymore, the likelihood of you getting all of that same one that you have right now is lower than if you were to upgrade. Then you could purchase the same one in the future if you want multiples. I'm just
You're
saying.
basically you're trying to talk me into just being this like, oh well, sell off the 415 and buy 2 474s
I mean, you could,
or
but
747s.
I'm saying right now, just get the one. But it'll be easier to buy a second one later when you decide that's how you want to set it up, because it's not stopped being manufactured like your current one.
Well, but I have no idea how long they're going to be manufacturing this mic for. Like,
all right,
it's the thing. Well, because it's Apex. It's not like it's Shure. It's not, Shure has a couple.
Trying to convince you to buy it, okay? And you're coming up with an excuse every time why my arguments are not very good. And so what that tells me is that you really don't want to buy it, and you're just wanting someone else to affirm with you that your mic you have right now is perfectly fine, and you don't.
That is kind of what I'm doing, because okay. the number one reason why I want the 747 is because it looks really cool. But the only use I have for a cool looking mic is these times when it shows up on stream. And it's like I only stream once. Like, okay, like if I were Phil DeFranco, if I were doing a like on camera sitting at my desk talking into my mic thing like every day, then yeah, buying a mic for cool points would absolutely be a perfectly valid reason.
Okay.
But it's it's such my actual like value gain from that is so narrow that I am kind of just looking for other people to talk me out of it.
Don't do it. Here's the thing. Here's what you can do. You're making these streams more and more regular. You might do maybe some podcasting in the future or something. When you start to do more than only the Monday regular streams, or you start doing some serious podcast recording, then I would say definitely get a new pretty mic. But obviously you don't need it right now. You just talked yourself out of it. I will confirm for you that you don't need the mic.
So couldn't you just get a broken, really cool looking mic and have that sitting in frame? All right, here I'm gonna. What's it called? Sure. 50S, I think it's, or the 55SH is, I think, or the Super 50. Yeah, and the Super 55 Deluxe. Now, one of these, like people who have been watching my streams for like a really long time, might recognize this one, because I did rent one of these. Now, this is actually the cool thing about microphones, is that they're really cheap to rent, because by and large, like the rental period on them tends to be long term. Like it's like, okay, well, we're renting a mic, so we need it. We're going on tour for like 3 months, so we need to rent a mic for 3 months. So like a weekend. So it's not uncommon for mic rental rates to be like $4 or $5 a day, because they're thinking you're going to rent them for 3 months. And so I rented one of these for a weekend back in like 2012. And that's the, I really dig that mic. And so now this is a cool one. This is actually the other one that I keep thinking of getting, because it's also really cool. The difference here is that this is a vocal mic. So its response range is, or like its intended sort of use distance is a lot closer. So right now, like I'm at the distance that you want to be talking into a mic of this style. Whereas this one, the Shure here, this is one where it's one where you want to be a lot closer to it. Like this is actually kind of the range that you want to be talking into a mic like that, because it's meant for singing. It's meant for being on stage. And so its pickup is just that much closer, so that it's not grabbing the environment as much. And now I need to back away and my chair like rolled down into a divot, and yeah, so that's the other one that that's the other one that I look at for just like style points. And I rented one, and I really like how it sounds. It's got a really just great, rich, brassy sound, and it's it's classic. And yeah. So that or.
So I'm gonna reiterate. I think that a new mic purchase, even a little small amount of upgrade and also visual, is a good idea. But I think that you can sort of leave that as a, I don't know, kind of like a self-reward for if we've been talking about adding maybe once monthly like film Q&A instead of just video game streams like we did last month. And I know you've been talking about the possibility of maybe doing some kind of podcasting or something in the future. So I say leave it for now. But are you? Oh, it's perfect. That's what you can do. You don't even have to buy it now. This is my favorite thing.
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Oh no! It's like,
are you
come
gonna
on.
wait? Can you cut it out? Can you cut it out in Photoshop?
I'm
so
trying.
Just the mic outline.
I'm trying to just do it with the keyer, with the like.
Oh God, you're killing me.
I'm trying to just key out all of the white.
Oh.
No.
Oh God. What, Dan? Or chat also? What game was it that guy had written that really in-depth review of everything? Was it the Men in Black game? It was the Men in Black game.
It was the Men in Black game, yeah.
I wonder if we could contact him and see if we could get him to
the worst key in the planet.
Oh my God, it's so good. Oh, stop. Please stop dying. I don't like it.
There we go. I have upgraded my microphone.
You did such a good job. I'm so proud of you. It's beautiful. Everybody in chat. I'm
especially fond of all of the like holes like that you can see.
Stop. What the fuck shirt are you wearing? The Noodle Experience?
Yeah, I'm wearing the Noodle Experience.
What is that?
Okay, so I used to
the restaurant. No,
so back,
stop coughing. Dan, you're gonna need to make an Amazon wish list with like cough drops and shit on it for both of our sicknesses.
I still have leftover from VidCon. I still had like CVS. We don't have CVS up here. I have CVS honey lemon cough drops. I'm gonna take one.
Yeah, you take one of those. You fucking take one right now. You need it.
So back in college, I was an assistant manager at an Edo Japan, which is a chain restaurant.
Oh my God. Dan, backstory, you guys. Somebody log this for the Wikipedia.
So we had this promotion. So one of the dishes is yakisoba noodles. And so they had just a monthly promotion. You know, like every 2 months they would have a monthly promotion or something, and they would send out like, the shirts for all the employees to wear. And one of them was the promotion was yakisoba, like it was the yakisoba noodles, and so it was called the Noodle Experience. And so they sent us all of these shirts. And now at the time, me and my friend Cece, we were both working, like we were functionally the assistant managers, like all right, it gets weirder. The manager and the owners. So the owners were a couple, and they had just gotten married, and so they were on their honeymoon, and it was like this big extended thing, and the manager like went with them, like it was this huge, basically like giant Asian family vacation thing. It was weird, but they were gone for like a month and a half. Oh, it was also tied in.
My friend who is a professional chef at the last restaurant he worked at, it was a family owned and run Asian fusion restaurant, and they did the same thing. There was like a month out of the year that they would all be gone, and he would run the place for his boss.
Yeah. So they basically like vanished for like a month and a half. So there was a solid like also then that was tied in with a like corporate retreat. Like they went to Hawaii both as a combination honeymoon, as well as like that's where one of the restaurant's flagship stores was at, so they went there for like training. But whatever, so they were gone for like 45 days, and so Cece and I, we each worked like a 12-hour shift. Like, so our shifts would overlap basically it was like one of us would open and the other would close, and we would kind of alternate in like 4-day blocks. And we each worked 12-hour shifts for 40 days straight. And this overlapped with the noodle experience. So because we were working every single day, we didn't have time to do laundry. So we just each kept like grabbing a new shirt every like 3 days, because it's like they would eventually get just so greasy from working on the grill and from everything that it was like, crap, I can't wear this one anymore. And so we would just keep, both of us kept like grabbing more shirts out of the box, because that was the other thing, we only had like 5 employees, you know, aside from us.
When I worked at Apple, we would do that when there was like a really big launch day, because you'd come in the morning and you'd be there for like over 12 hours, just like setting everything up and then working all day. And sometimes, well, it's an outdoor mall too, so a lot of times you just get all hot, sweaty, and gross. You just go in the back, grab a new shirt.
Yeah, so we wound up with so many of it wasn't until like months later that I really finally processed that I had like 8 of these shirts. these orange noodle experience shirts, and I was like, you know what? I kind of like it. Like it's I mean, it's just kind of hilarious. Like it's an okay looking shirt. Like it's bright orange and it says the noodle experience on it. Like it's a very weird shirt. And so
it's
I
a
still
very Dan shirt.
Yeah, so I got rid of most of them, but I kept like 3. So I have like 3 noodle experience shirts, just warning you. That I still wear on occasion to this day. Yeah. Also, there was a lot of really funny stories from that 40-day period, because, you know, you would get people who would come in and would be, you know, you'd get trouble customers, and we were having none of it, because we were both on like day 32 of 32 consecutive days of 12-hour shifts. It's like we were having none of it. So he's like, I want to talk to the person in charge, and be like, I am. It's me.
It's me.
I am the person in charge. Get out of the store. Leave right now.
Experience those noodles. Do you still have all 8, or did you only just keep 1?
No, I kept 3. I think 3.
Oh, okay, good. So you could, if you wanted, go like another 2 straight weeks wearing just the noodle experience shirt.
Yes. And they would be different, and they would be physically different shirts.
Uniform.
There was, a few of them I had to throw out, like they were just too damaged from the grill. You know, like they would actually this one you can kind of sort of see it because it's like so you're working on the Tepan grill and so it's waist height and you know you've got your apron on as well, but so you end up with this like well-defined line. You can't really see it on this one, but you end up with this like well-defined line like right there where it's like grease, not grease. So there was a few of them that yeah, just had to get tossed. No, so Nights into Dreams, like it wasn't 3 shirts lasted me 2.5 weeks. It was like 8 or 9. Because like I had a lot of them, just most of them got chucked because one, a bunch of them were too damaged, and two, like do you need 3 copies of the same corporate promotional shirt? Like,
I think
let alone
when it says
8.
the noodle experience, I think you do.
So yeah, so that was just kind of that's the story behind the shirt. Yeah.
That's a great story. I'm glad that we diverted for this wonderful tale. All right, Stofo.
Stofo? What?
Talking. I said start this mofo. Talking game.
Oh, we're gonna get into.
Get it.
What are we doing?
Get up in it.
What are we doing? We're doing
Termimater.
Termimater Smalmation. A McG McJoint.
Oh god.
So, Lindsay recently, as part of school, had a chance to go to a McLecture from McG. And he was, by all reports, exactly as insufferable as you would McSpect.
Who the hell is McG?
He's a director.
Okay.
He did.
Is that his
This
name?
means that's his performing name. So like that's his
McG?
nom de guerre is McG.
Oh, that's actually his name.
Like that's what he calls himself,
See,
McG.
I thought you were like, you know how you'll come up with smarmy nicknames for people. I thought you were just like coming up with a name, and I was very lost. This is an actual person, or I'm gonna look this guy up.
Yeah, so it was he did Charlie's Angels, Terminator Salvation, Catwoman.
Wait, so
This
I
Means
know
War.
I know all these movies, but I've never heard the guy's name before.
Or no, he didn't. Sorry, someone in chat's correcting me. He didn't do Catwoman, but the guy who wrote Catwoman also wrote this. So there's a storied history here. Yeah. But so McG
Oh my god,
is.
wait, you guys. He's from Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is where I went to university. That's my alma mater out in Michigan, is the Western Michigan University. Oh my god. So yeah, he was born in the town where I went to college. See, I know all these movies but I've never heard.
Here, read off the list since you've got it open.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the ones that are pre or post production. He was an executive producer and an executive consultant on Supernatural.
Here, just go to the director.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, producer, hold on. I got a director. There we go. Let's go. IMDb. Wow, like take 900 years to load this. There we go. Okay. Lethal Weapon TV series, Shadowhunters TV series. Let's go down to some movies. 3 Days to Kill. 2 TV movies called Guilty and West Side, Terminator Salvation, We Are Marshall. He did the Offspring complete music video collection. Charlie's Angels Full Throttle. Charlie's Angels. Bare Naked Ladies 1 week video short.
Wait, video short? So he directed the behind the scenes of the Bare Naked Ladies 1 week music video?
And see what exactly the video short is. Well, I don't know. It says the music video, so he did the music video.
It says he directed the music video. Okay.
They list music videos as video shorts.
Okay.
Not just music video for some reason. Which is stupid. Get with the times, IMDb. Yes, Mateus Aruda. I am McG. A couple people have made the pun Termimater, which if we're going to be inserting Mick into everything.
It's a good one. It's a good one. It's not Chickadee China. It's Chickadee China.
Yeah,
it's tease. Like Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken, because you have a drumstick and your brain stops ticking.
Oh, guys.
Like watching X-Files with no lights on.
Don't get
Don LeMaison. I hope the smoking man's in this one. Because like Harrison Ford, I'm getting frantic. Like Sting, I'm tantric. Like Snickers, always guaranteed to satisfy. And like Kurosawa, I make mad films. I don't make films. But if I did, they would have a samurai.
Bam. Right back on topic.
I gotta get a better set of clubs, the kind with tiny nubs, so that my arms aren't always flying off on the backswing. But I do get into that Sailor Moon. No, what? Dang it.
Oh,
dang it! No, I lost it. I lost it.
Oh, you lost it. No.
No, I get into the Sailor Moon because that cartoon has got the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong things.
Oh, yep. God,
I got it back. I got back on it. Get into the Sailor Moon because that cartoon has got the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong things, which is a little bit of a creepy line when you consider that the characters are all teenagers.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yes, the boom anime babes.
Boom.
Chat is just going to flood with the rest of the lyrics.
They are. You have a few people saying things like, keep dropping those hot-ass bars, Danny boy.
Yeah, now, the best song on that album is Pinch Me.
I love Pinch Me.
Pinch Me is really good.
Do you remember?
They have a lot. Bare Naked Ladies in general have a lot of really good songs, really good happy songs about being just unbearably depressed.
Yes, it's so true. They're so good at that. Do you remember? Okay, do you remember back in the day? Maybe I can find the video when you did like a music breakdown of songs that shouldn't be wedding songs.
Yes.
Is that
because
still
it was after
on your YouTube channel?
I'm trying to remember, but yeah, that was after my brothers got married.
And I always remember because you pointed out a few things that I had always thought of the Bare Naked Ladies song, which I'm blanking on the name of the. What is it?
Oh.
Do 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 do. Hold on. Oh my God, what is it?
Just a sec. I have the episode right here. I have the episode right here. That is S1 E12 Isolation. What? No, I'm looking through my my actual like raw folder. Here, now everyone can hear. Everyone can hear my desktop. Yeah. All right. Wait, no, this is the wrong episode. It was Love Songs S1E18.
Oh,
Love
familiar.
Songs,
Nothing
season
but
1, episode 18.
It's just closure.
I'm gonna see if I can find it on your channel.
It is number 1.
Call and Answer.
Call and Answer by the Bare Naked.
Call and
Answer.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
That's
we
the one.
remembered.
I was that breakdown was good times. You're like, this is like the worst song, and it's played at all of the weddings. And it's
I love
so
that
not
song.
A good
It's
wedding
such
song.
a good song, but it is
It's
not a
great
wedding
It
song.
is such a good song.
It is a
but
divorce song.
It is not a wedding song at all.
No.
Oh. Okay, while I find this link to an old video, if it's still on your channel, tell people what's going on in this damn game.
Stuff. I don't know who we're playing. I think we're playing John Connor. And we are a human in a post-apocalyptic wreckage, and we're being hunted by robots, and we're shooting robots, and the aiming is actually like really sluggish. But we're playing on easy, so those go down really quickly. Also, it's a cover-based shooter, so we want to stay in cover all the time, or we're gonna die.
All of the time. I don't think that you still have it on your channel.
It might be. I think it's up there, but it is probably. Here, let me go through my dashboard. Video manager. One, right? Yeah, but so the old stuff's in kind of an odd order.
Right, because you basically just like loaded it up when you like all at the same time when you came over.
Well,
are you sneezing?
Oh man,
Bless you.
I was sneezing. I was turning very far away from the mic to sneeze. So I actually so the first bunch of stuff that I put up. So I had a couple brand new videos that I put up right away, and then I put up some like high priority stuff, so videos that were like some of my most popular stuff, so like End of Ava and a couple others I put up, and then I put up everything else, and there it is, Folding Ideas, 10 love songs that aren't really love songs, blocked worldwide. So that one got blocked at some point after it managed to get 15,000 views, so that was definitely a case of someone got annoyed once it started to actually get traffic. And it has hits from, let's see, who has it blocked? Warner.
Contains content from WMG. Warner Music, yeah.
Well, so UMG, so Universal, Merlin, SME, and Warner have it. So Sony, Warner, and Universal all have claims on it. Warner has blocked it. The others have all monetized it. So I could dispute just that Warner one, and maybe I will.
That's funny that like it's so old that I don't know, maybe you didn't notice when it first happened, because you probably had when you first.
You don't. You don't get notifications.
Yeah, well, when stuff on YouTube first started being really like kind of like the auto blocking / like just a higher occurrence of these copyright claims started happening, you probably had a bunch of stuff kind of disputed or blocked, and just like never hunted them all down. Yeah.
So there's a bunch of the old stuff that has various things. So like the Postal one isn't monetized because it's got a copyright claim on it, and a bunch of those, like, I kind of don't care. Like, it's not too many of them. Unfortunately, Fight Club, one of my most popular videos, that one also isn't monetized. Matrix Reloaded Revolutions.
What? I mean, has anybody figured out or actually defined what, like, how much counts as fair use? Because it's kind of crazy. Like, some stuff will get auto blocked for having even a few seconds, and yeah, you can dispute it, and it's taken care of. But like some stuff will come back and be like, nope, this is a real claim, and you're like, but wait, it has less in it than this other thing that I used, you know, half of the content for. Like, is there any way to tell, or like, can you like?
Well, there is
it?
no. Okay, like, so yeah, you can do appeals and stuff, and oh, I got myself blowed up because I can't, because I'm not paying enough attention to really tell what it expects me to do. Oh, here's actually a really good question. So we'll come back to this copyright
Sure.
one. But so, why do you think cover-based shooters went from near ubiquitous to a semi-niche genre? So one of the reasons why cover-based shooters got big in the first place is because they solve some technological problems with modern, or with particularly with like the PS3 360 era, because they're slow. Like, they're a very slow-paced game where you move very carefully forward, and there's a lot of things blocking you, and you're expected to routinely like stop and do nothing, which means that they can make, you know, modern high-fidelity environments and actually have them load in a reasonable period of time.
This load screen's really annoying.
I'm trying to remember.
It's really long, and it's happening a lot.
How do I switch my... Oh, there we go. Try circle.
Doughboy DeVito asks, are these live streams considered fair use? You might know that a little bit better than I. I know some of the fair use stuff, but not in game terms.
Yeah, video games are actually in a like huge gray area in that regard, and there's actually a lot of debate about that these days as to whether or not you know, a live stream or a let's play counts as properly transformative, like as a fair use of the copyright content that is the video game. For the most part, you know, I think they are, like, particularly what we're doing here, where it's like, okay, we have the sound turned off and we have a running commentary and we're talking about both the game and a bunch of other things. Like, it is clearly a highly transformative use of it, and does not in any way like compete with the original product, even though you could argue that it is a direct market replacement. Like, that's kind of a question. Like, is this a direct market replacement? Is it does the experience of watching somebody play Terminator Salvation, the cover-based shooter, change,
make you less likely to buy it and play it yourself?
Yeah, does it replace it economically? And that's kind of a weird question. And now for big corporate games that nobody really cares about, particularly ones that are functionally abandoned by their creators, no one cares. But it is a question for, like, okay, well, what about Her Story? What about Firewatch? You know? So, like, there are situations where people are asking, I think, pretty pointed and important questions about, like, you know, what is fair? You know, like, Atlas tried to have Persona 5, like, basically blocked on Twitch if people were playing past, like, Chapter 3 or something like that. Because, you know, spoilers. You know, that they felt it was a unfair use of their stuff. And, you know, that's kind of a huge gray area. And the thing is that we have definitely reached a point where people on YouTube and Twitch really, 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 really don't like being told what to do.
It's true.
Now there's kind of two things at work here. Like, you can definitely empathize with the kind of, it's like, oh well, screw Warner. Like, what do I care if Warner lost $1, if Universal Music Group lost $1? Like, that's not, like, whatever, screw those guys. But for as empathetic as I can be with that standpoint, there's definitely a problem. Like, you see it a lot. I would see it all the time in that guy with the glasses forums, where people would like use huge chunks of movies and huge chunks of TV shows, and it was like, no, this isn't fair use. Like, just because it was in something that you called a review, like, that doesn't mean you're doing your due diligence. Like, there are still fairness rules. Like, you don't just get a free pass to do whatever you want. So it's complicated, because you've got, I hate to say both sides, but because you definitely do have giant greedy corporations that are like completely what's the word that I'm looking for? Not unrealistic, but unsympathetic. You have earned a trophy, LA 2016. All right, cool. Oh, did I kill the thing?
I don't know. The little
oh yeah, it's here. It's all blowed up. It's all blowed
you did
up.
it.
I did it.
So yeah, I mean, there's certainly something to be said on both sides of that argument. I mean, and I think that it truly does. People become a lot less sympathetic to intellectual property the larger the corporation is that is making claims on it, or the more money that someone has already made off something. Like, people would be a lot less likely to have sympathy with, say, Beyonce if she went on a takedown rampage with anyone, making covers of her songs and talking about her music videos or something, as they would, another YouTube personality who...
Well, that's the thing, is that you don't actually see that. Why would that guy just run out of cover like that? I don't get it, man. What did you think was going to happen? But you don't actually see that scalability. Like, this is the thing, is you don't see that sort of sense of scale and that sense of proportionality. Like, people respond the same way to a takedown notice or a copyright claim, regardless of how like fair or legitimate that claim is. Like, people on YouTube just respond to being told, like, if you tell someone like, hey man, you're doing like awful things with copyright, they're just like, well, screw it, like, whatever, you can't do that.
Well, I think though,
I mean, Jim Sterling, God.
I can agree in broad strokes, but I do think that there is a greater response to a corporation making a claim or a really huge entity making a claim over a smaller person. I mean, I remember there was a huge blowout. God, this is something like
the thing is that I see
blowout, like in the direction of Glee for taking the original arrangements of songs, even though they were re-recording them with all of the people on the show, they were taking like ideas for harmonies and cover styles from
they just like creators. Straight up like stole Jonathan Colton's arrangements.
Exactly. And so people in that case though were not like, oh well, screw you, Jonathan Colton, like the show, that's fair use. They were the other way. So I see what you're saying, or what you have been saying. Yes, people are a lot more. I'm saying that, like, so what I've seen is that when people are claiming stuff,
or so when people are having their stuff claimed,
Oh, right.
they respond the same if the claimant is universal as if it's some indie artist. Like, people on YouTube feel like they should be allowed to do whatever they want.
Well, and this ties in with the whole plagiarism thing that we've talked about and that other YouTubers are talking about right now, where people who say have a bigger channel, or like maybe even BuzzFeed or something, where they will take ideas for like lists from other YouTubers and almost take their whole script wholesale, and oftentimes the whatever channel that is that took it will be like, no, like, I wrote all this myself. I may have been inspired by you, but like, it's mine.
Yeah.
So they do respond like just as shitty when it's some independent creator who made their own YouTube video, or, you know, a music company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so we were just saying two different things. That makes sense. I don't know, I think I watched a really, really interesting video once, and I'll see if I can find it. I can't remember the guy's name, and I'm gonna throw his name by you if I can find it. And you can tell me if he's total trash or something, because when I saw it, you know, I was not tuned into the whole many people on the internet are secretly assholes and we just haven't found out yet concept. But he was talking about the way that media systems are set up right now is we are in kind of a copy system, in the sense of like, for example, this, like, you have a physical copy of this media, and by making this stream, you're creating a completely separate copy, and each time there's no way to like trace it back to an original source. Whereas in the internet age, in this mostly digital age, there is this ability to, for example, if every time somebody were to take a clip of, say, Terminator Salvation for their stream, or take a clip of it for a commentary video, if there were a way to link it back to an original source, so that way if you wanted to, you know, keep clicking back to where each time it was quoted, so instead of copying, doing a digital version of a quoting, there would be less issues with these sort of copyright things. So like, even if you were to take this and make a movie, like sort of a machinima kind of thing with this, and it was completely against everything that the original creator intended with the story, and they didn't approve of it, but because of, if we were in a quoting instead of a copying sort of system, you would be able to go back to the original material and see how it was changed, and there would be less impetus. This guy was saying in his talk, there'd be less impetus for people to angrily sort of like claim their IP back, even if it was used in a way that they deemed improper or wasn't the original intention, because there would always be that ability to sort of go back to the source and kind of like bring it back. And I thought it was really an interesting, he talks about this whole thing with Xerox and how the Xerox company / Xerox machines changed the way we think of like physical and digital media, and it was really interesting. I'm gonna see if I can find it. That's my random tangential chit chat. I wonder if I put it in my favorites. Someone said though that we've got a couple questions. Someone said you were talking about Jim Sterling and would like you to continue. Mateus, is it Mateus? I want to say Mateus because your last name does not look English, so, but it could be Matthias. Mateus says, where you were talking about Jim Sterling, and to ask you about Jim again.
Where was I going with that? I'm trying to remember.
I mean, if you don't remember,
like,
if we lost it, then.
I'm trying to remember where I was going with that. that as much as I admire Jim's innovation with the YouTube copyright deadlock, and as much as I absolutely empathize against the... Okay, so we've got a problem. We have a bunch of problems. We have a bunch of interrelated problems in that there is a perpetually escalating arms race, that YouTube's automated systems are easily abused, that large corporations, like large copyright holders on YouTube, act indiscriminately. In particular, Japanese companies just do not give a crap about American fair use policies. Like, fair use is not a concept in their legal system, so they don't care. They will claim anything and everything, and so particularly people who work with Nintendo properties end up running into that. And I can absolutely empathize, like, with content creators who end up running into problems with these copyright holders, like in how it prevents them from doing their jobs. But adjacent to that, we've kind of developed this mentality that because corporations abuse copyright systems, it must therefore mean that our behavior is fine.
Oh, so the sense of like, well, they are wrong, so
we must therefore be right.
Okay, yeah.
And so I hate to use the word entitlement, but there is a recklessness to the way that YouTubers approach how they engage with copyrighted content. That is, I think, irresponsible. And is very much rooted in a mentality of like, well, we're the little guys, so we're
always right.
Yeah, we are therefore correct, and what we choose to do must be, definitionally permittable.
I could see that easily then. That same group of people changing their minds when they become big enough that they are not the little guy and still don't want people taking their stuff. I still think that,
like, it's kind of this, yeah.
When the money that when you're stopping a YouTuber who makes $100 a month from getting $1 or $10, people are more sympathetic to that than if you're stopping WMG from getting $1 or $10.
Like, I mean, and that's the thing, is that some of the people, like, leading the charge on this, so, like, that guy with the glasses is leading, they've got their hashtag where's the fair use, which is hilarious because they don't understand fair use at all. Like, they are a great poster child for, like, does not understand what the copyright system is, doesn't understand the difference between malicious unrelated takedowns and copyright takedowns. So that they'll be, it's like, oh, well, where's the fair use? And it's like, well, fair use isn't actually relevant to the subject at hand, because a lot of times what they're talking about is like somebody who actually has zero claim to their stuff, issuing a malicious takedown in order to, like, get revenge. And it's like, that's not a question of fair use. That's an abuse of systems. And that is a wholly separate question from whether or not corporations or anyone is appropriately considering fair use when engaging with somebody else's videos. I'm trying to remember where I was going with that, but so you get I don't know. I there's sort of this sense that, like, unless you are literally copying something in its entirety, like, if it's like, okay, if you're posting old episodes of MASH to YouTube, yeah, that one counts, but anything less than that doesn't count. And the problem is that I don't know if anyone involved is actually making an articulated philosophical argument about, you know, that is on the level of, like, okay, well, like, yeah, if you are not literally just posting entire episodes of MASH, then, like, it shouldn't count. Because if that is your stance, then it's like, all right, well, that's a little, you know, that's pretty extreme, but okay, like, at least you're making a, like, principled stand. It's instead just kind of this vague, like, well, here's what I'm doing, and that should be fine. It's self-defining. It's tautological.
Oh, I ended up losing you. There we go. My stream. Sometimes my my video on the stream gets, like, off. Like, I end up even further behind than my normal 10-second delay.
Yes, and I do get that there's a, well, I mean, so a lot of this does like, so particularly with video games, a lot of it falls into this really hazy middle ground. Like, admittedly, like, nobody has the answers. And the thing is nobody's going to have the answers, because the only way we're going to come to the answers is if somebody's willing to litigate it all the way. And no one's willing to litigate it all the way, because right now we're in a Cold War, and litigating makes it a hot war. And the risks, like the what is at stake in a hot war is completely different than what's at stake in a Cold War.
Yeah.
So it's like, what counts as fair use? Well, nobody actually knows. We have a bunch of guidelines.
Right, we have
it's like a general principle.
Yeah, it's an unspoken agreement of, like, hey, so this guy is making some really interesting points and talking about theory and using a couple clips of our show. That's cool. And this guy over here is posting 30 minutes of a 35-minute episode and then talking about it a little bit after. So that's not cool. Like, we've sort of partly come to a general gray amorphous area of pseudo agreement. But
I'm like almost, I'm just gonna die and start this area over.
Do it.
Though, just watch, I'm gonna be able to get behind this guy and, like, knock him out. Oh, there we go. He charged me and ran me over.
You did it.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
the
risks. So both sides actually have a tremendous amount of risk in litigation because both sides risk losing everything. You know, if Let's Players win, then it makes video games basically totally open season, and, you know, so big media companies, they're not willing to risk losing because they stand to lose so much. And the thing is, if big media companies win, then, you know, people who make derivative content also lose everything. Like, the thing is both sides risk losing everything. So it's actually in people's best interest to keep it vague.
Yeah. I also think it is genuinely hard to define, even if we tried. So if you decide that 35-second clips are fine, and someone uses a 36-second clip, and they're automatically flagged, like, really, like, one extra second.
Well,
so,
I mean,
like,
and that's the problem. Like, so people, oh man, there was so much misinformation back in the day. Like, on the, I hate to keep harping on these forums, but, like, that guy with the glasses forums, you get all this, you know, people just like, oh, well, if you use, you know, less than 5 seconds, it's fine. Like, that counts. it's fair use if it's less than 5 seconds. It's like, well, no. Like, there is no magic number either way. There is no magic number where you're infringing, and there's no magic number where you're not infringing. And it's actually in no one's interest for there to be a magic number. We don't want a magic number. You know, a magic number would make compliance technically easier, but it would also just make a lot of things worse. Because now all of a sudden it's like, you know, yeah, because now all of a sudden you're in that territory where it's like, oh, you use 6. And it's like, well, really? 6? And it's like, hey, you wanted your magic number is 5.
Yeah.
6 is a violation. Now,
Yep.
you know, either you get a magic number or you don't. And you got a magic number. Congratulations, you got what you wanted. You know, you made your bed, lie in it. And so it's not actually in our best interest for there to be a magic number.
It's really, honestly, I don't think, in anyone's best interest. I mean, even the corporations, because, yeah, sure, you're going to have some people that use the original work in a way that was unintended or could be argued to, like, tarnish the original work in some way, possibly. But majority of the time, like, watching someone do a critique, watching your video on Suicide Squad was like, okay, I kind of want to watch this horrible shit show just to see what he's talking about in these areas and how they kind of fill in overall. And, like, I'm not saying that every time someone puts out a derivative work that it encourages you to look at the source material.
No, because some of your stuff explicitly tells people not to. Like,
right.
You know, you've got to have stuff out there that's like, hey, don't go watch this.
Even something like Suicide Squad, where you tell someone, like, this is terrible, it's like the worst movie of the year, don't watch it. But then you talk about, like, these interesting takedowns. Sometimes you do want to go, like, watch it in context and be like, oh, well, I see what happened there.
Okay, so we've got a problem, and we're going to need to restart the area because the next...
Someone said, do not leave the battle, Dan.
Nah, because the next robot... I was like, but the battle's over. But the battle's not over because there's a robot stuck in in the pile here.
Oh, no. Can you kill it?
I doubt it. To kill it, you got to hit a weak spot on the back of its head. And the back of its head is currently inside that rubble pile.
Oh no, you got bonered. D-Stack says, do you have grenades?
No, I don't have grenades because I get grenades right over there. The grenades are right there, but that's leaving the battlefield.
Oh no.
I don't know, maybe I'm gonna try to run for them. Like, I mean, because this will probably fail me out of the mission anyway, but maybe I can grab the grenades.
And then get back before it's
and
like,
then get
fail.
back. I think, maybe. Oh, I left the battle. Either way, that solved the problem.
Well, that fixed it. I am gonna go get some more bubbles for my shitty throat situation. And return to you in, like, 2 minutes. Bye!
So I don't. Excuse me. Maybe I'm just kind of in my, like, grumpy old man mood. Maybe I'm the unrealistic one here. I mean, that's totally a possibility. Maybe I'm just in a bad mood right now, but I don't know. I have mixed and complicated feelings on this subject because I definitely see. Yeah. I kind of want to stop talking about it. But I also don't want to stop talking about it. But I don't feel like I'm making the best point that I could be making. I have actually like a whole bunch of like partially finished scripts on the subject, and I mean something that I guess I've tried to communicate and maybe done a poor job at communicating is my frustration with creators' inability to separate issues and talk about them clearly. In particular, the like vast gulf of a difference between the problem of people, like the problem of the general interaction with YouTube's copyright systems and the use of the malicious use of automated systems. Like those are very, very different problems, but they're kind of being handled the same. And a lot of people are just, it's like, oh, well, we'll just lump them together. And the problem there is that they actually have like very, very different causes and very different solutions.
I made it.
They really are completely separate issues, but because they're vague and they deal with overlapping systems, it's really easy for people to conflate them. And yeah.
Tristan McClellan asked you, what's the Bechdel test controversy?
Oh, there isn't really a, like...
It's not a controversy.
It's not a controversy, it's just someone writing for a very conservative online magazine wrote a hilariously terrible article about how they don't like the Bechdel test and how stupid it is, but in order to do this, they compared the Bechdel test to the cowboy test. And I need to zip upstairs real quick. A friend is borrowing my D&D books, a few of my D&D books.
Fancy. Which
and
edition?
So 5th.
Nice.
He's borrowing my 5th stuff. I'm not a fan, but I own them, and so he's borrowing them. But so he just texted me. He like pulled up, so he's gonna be at the door any second now. So I'm gonna go give those books to him, and I'm also gonna fill up my my drink.
Nah, that sounds great. That sounds like a
And
good
maybe I'll be less grumpy old man when I come back down.
Oh,
That's my promise.
Nice. Oh, that's good. That's fun. All right, everybody, Dan is gone. And if you've never been to a stream before or you just don't remember, this is the time when Dan walks away that Crystal answers questions about Dan. It's Crystal's Dan question answer time. So, ask a question. Woo! Porter beat me to it. Yes, you are right. It is question time. Dan is not secretly a Terminator, but he is he's part robot, so he's a little bit of an android. The Terminators and androids are different, okay? So, Dan's zodiac sign is samurai, obviously. He has katana, and she has his back, so that's the only way to do that. No. That is his philosophy. His philosophy is no. Which, you'll get that joke if you're in a musical theater like me as a big nerd. What happened to the fairy video? That's a good question. So we have both just been very busy since that time. I've been in and out of town, so we haven't had a chance to team up to watch it. I'm hoping I can get him to watch it today after we leave you guys from the stream. We always do a sort of like unwind afterwards and chat about things, so maybe we can get it done tonight. What was Dan like before the Spanish-American War? A little less cynical, I think. What is Dan really? Dan is part robot and just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful human. Dan's a beautiful human. Who is Dan's favorite rapper? Oh, EPC Productions. It's Kanye West, and We've gotten into several discussions about this, and I don't approve. Dan is not a soldier from the future. Is Dan a corn dog? No, and I'll tell you how I know this, because I fucking love corn dogs. And if Dan was a corn dog, I would have murdered him and ate his tasty, tasty body. So he's still here, so obviously not a corn dog. Dan is still too human. Dan is always too human. Dan does not have capabilities to launch a nuclear missile. Does Dan secretly like the 5th edition version of D&D? No, he honestly really doesn't. Dan's favorite pronouns are he, him. How many bodies are buried in his basement? That is a question I cannot answer because he cuts them all up into pieces. So I don't know how many whole bodies there are. Does Dan have the capabilities to launch a nuclear missile? I answered that one. What is the fairy vid? I'll talk about that. I'll explain that after. Is Dan a fan of White Wolf games? I don't think so, actually. I think he likes having a little bit more structured rule control, even though he's all about the storytelling aspect of things. How much cheese does he have left? I don't know. Did he have a good cheese? I'm gonna have to look into this, because I do love a good cheese. Well, Dan is a cinnamon roll. He's a pure, just wonderful, sweet little cinnamon roll. But we talked about this. He's a cinnamon roll with like a little cayenne pepper, I think is what we landed on. He's like mostly cinnamon roll, but with some bite back. Like he's like, he'll get ya. Dan is only one man. He is not several. Does Dan talk about Ursula K. Le Guin like fantasy nerds talk about Tolkien? Oh God, yes, he totally does. He loves Ursula. What is my name? My name is Crystal. Hi, it's me. Dan is a little spicy sometimes. Yeah, cinnamon with cayenne. Dan's favorite medieval weapon is probably either the Morning Star or the flail. I'm gonna go with one of those. Like he might be kind of a halberd kind of guy. Like he might like a little distance, but no one ever uses those properly in medieval fight scenes in movies. So I don't think that he would be into it, because he would have to constantly be explaining to everybody how they were using it incorrectly. Dan's favorite kind of... Oh, Dan, hi!
What? I'm not back?
Oh, hi, I heard a click. So just what's going on? What's going on, Dan? We were just talking about the Bechdel test. And cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, cinnamon rolls. Good times. It's good times.
Good. Oh, I'm gonna do something here that's gonna be really funny the next time I turn my camera on.
Oh no, are you gonna wear a funny hat?
No.
Okay. Alright. As long as you're still wearing the noodle experience, I think everybody will be fine with whatever you decide to do.
I will still be wearing the noodle experience. And only the noodle experience. No. Oh, it's not working. Just one sec. I will get this right. This right, and then you'll see it. You will know that I'm doing something, and then you will forget.
The Raven 7 asks, how much of that cheese do you have left?
Which cheese?
The Roquefort.
Oh, that blue cheese from the from the snowman? The snowman's been gone for years.
Oh, wow, okay.
We made that snowman like 2 Christmases ago. I really hope we don't have any of that snowman left.
You should give it a second look. You said that you have packed since winter and couldn't find your fans, so I don't know, maybe it's packed away somewhere.
I mean, but that's the fridge, like.
Oh, okay. I guess if it was still in there, you'd know.
Yeah, I feel like I've cleaned the fridge since then, and that I would notice a like 1 pound cheese snowman.
Snowman cheese.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so I had done the fight wrong the first time. This is supposed to teach you how to use grenades to like take these guys out from the front instead of needing to flank them. And so if you just throw it at them, it like magically bounces to just the perfect spot so that you can shoot the weak spot from the front by blowing off one of their arms.
Smart move.
Smart move. We had started talking about the Bechdel test, and then I got a text telling me to go bring the books. Yeah, there really isn't a controversy. It's just a dude wrote an awful op-ed in the National Review. Here, I'll just read the excerpt. Suppose your favorite film critic started sprinkling his reviews with references to the cowboy test, and made it clear that he was factoring into his appraisal of a work of art whether it contained cowboys. La La Land, Manchester by the Sea, Moonlight, all problematic as these benighted films contain no cowboys. On the other hand, Cowboys and Aliens, Armageddon, and the Village People movie Can't Stop the Music, each of which contains cowboy characters, would easily pass the cowboy test and receive a hearty blessing. You would think this approach to movies is a bit odd. It is. But no odder than the Bechdel test, a feminist litmus test that is currently being thrown around by movie critics as an important way to assess the quality, or at least the political correctness, of a film. Excuse me while I take a drink.
Yeah, you just take a drink, you.
Yeah. Clear the area from machines before the choppers arrive. Right side, more machines.
Wouldn't be taking orders from Cap'n Crunch over here. There's some good dialogue in this.
So, yeah, so it's hilarious how utterly just misguided, like just how just wrong.
This is one of the best examples I've ever seen of a false equivalence.
Yeah, well, it's like he
like if
clearly
you guys are
like just
what a false
does
equivalence
not
is when
get
someone's
it.
arguing with you, that's what it is. When
Yeah.
you say women should be more represented, and they say, "Well, what about cowboys?"
What about cowboys?
A gender
Would it be fair?
or a you know and a random identity or job are not the same.
Yeah, the fact that he thinks that the role in movies between like that women's role in movie is fundamentally similar to cowboys says a lot.
A lot.
A lot. I mean, also just the general fact that he like doesn't actually understand what the Bechdel test is, the questions that it's asking, or what its use is in critical discourse. You know, that the Bechdel test is not in fact a test for like quality or ideological purity, but merely an exercise to demonstrate the tremendous disparity that exists in Hollywood. I mean, the whole thing was invented off the cuff. You know, she wrote it as the punchline for a comic. Like, she wrote it in like a half hour, and it stuck with people because it's a very resonant point. Like, she encapsulated a truth in a very tight package, but it was never intended to be a like rigorous methodology. You know, it's just a way of demonstrating a point. That it's like, hey, isn't it weird how few movies meet these incredibly simple requirements? Like, the whole point of it is that you're listing off a number of things that sound like they should be just
easy to meet.
No-brainers. Like, oh, that should just happen by accident. That, yeah, that should just occur in movies. Like, this shouldn't be a thing that you need to look for. This should just happen. Because if you say it's like, okay, like, so there's always the question, it's like, all right, the reverse Bechdel test, you know, as kind of the proof that it's like, all right, how many movies can you list where it's like, all right, two men speak to each other about something other than a woman, and you're like, oh, well, that just happens all the time. Like, that's just what movies like look like, you know. It just occurs. You don't need to think about it. It almost feels banal and pointless if you did point out that two men in a movie talk to each other about something that isn't a woman. But the moment you make it women, suddenly it's like, oh, a lot doesn't pass. And that's the weird thing. That's the point. Is it's weird that something that should be just banal doesn't happen even by accident.
And the fact that it took somebody pointing this out and you actually seeking it out to notice that that's even a problem.
Yeah.
Because it's so normalized that that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
like it's
still
so
like
normalized that the norm is, even if two girls talk to each other, it's about a dude.
On any given week, like the odds are that on any given week, the slate of Hollywood films released, none of them will pass. That the entire week will fail.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It's weird. It's weird, and calling attention to it should feel weird, because it is weird. It is very weird to think about the fact that half the human population routinely fails to ever be involved enough in a story to just accidentally meet these very simple requirements.
I think also part of the irritation that you can see in that article is the Bechdel test isn't. If something passes the Bechdel test, it doesn't mean that it's a good movie.
Yeah, no, like
it's not used that way.
Freaking Showgirls passes. Like, some of the most misogynistic crap out there passes.
Yeah,
like, it's not a question of passing. Yeah.
It's just an interesting thing to look at and to know. And what it is, even on
it's
an
supposed to
individual
demonstrate a pattern. Like, the whole point is that it demonstrates a pattern.
Exactly. So even on an individual level, the Bechdel test doesn't, mean it's those broad swaths of data of like, hey, this week 30 movies were released and none of them passed. Like,
yeah,
it's those broad
not a single movie in the Best Picture category this year passes the Bechdel test. It's like 10 of the best movies of the year, and 0 manage to have two women talking to each other about something that isn't a dude.
Yeah, so, and then in this article, what the guy is setting up as part of his argument is that, oh, well, if I say that movies suck if they don't have cowboys, it's like, no. No one was saying that if something doesn't pass the Bechdel test, it's a shitty movie. We're looking at that as a broader, just like kind of a benchmark thing. Just a general, this is interesting to note that women are not represented in these ways very often. And so so not only does he create the false equivalence of cowboy is equal to female,
woman. Yeah,
but also that if also he's making the argument, which is non-existent, that the Bechdel test is being used as the be-all, end-all measurement of the quality of a film, and that's not true either. So his whole argument is null on so many points.
Feminist purity, and it's like, no, this has nothing to do with feminist purity. I mean, like I already mentioned, like some deeply misogynistic crap, like fails or passes the Bechdel test. There was one because the bar is so low. The bar is so low. Like, I'm trying to remember, I was watching something last year, and it was a really gross movie. Like, I almost want to say, oh, no, this was years back. Postal. Uwe Boll's Postal passes the Bechdel test because two of the stripper bimbos, and that's their, like, character name, like, their character titles are just numbered. They are stripper bimbo 1, 2, 3, and 4. Two of them, like, one of them shoots a grenade launcher, and blows up a bunch of hippies, and another one looks at her and says like, nice shot. And the other one turns and is like, I was practicing. And it's like, there you go. Congratulations, you passed. That
You did
one
it, good
line.
job.
You did it. You had two women talk to each other.
I don't
Though
know.
actually,
if
no,
it's
that
in the
fails
original.
because, that's right, doesn't the Back to the test
They
also
have to be
require
named.
that the characters have names? Yeah.
Yeah, but still, it's really close. It hits all of the other marks except for names.
But it's like, it's like, all right, there you go. You're like, 66% of the way there.
Oh, jeez. These. Oh, Bechdel test. What an interesting thing.
Do not leave the
There's other
battle.
things that people have created. You don't do it. Mayday, mayday, Sam Dobkin.
Oh, I don't have... Oh, wait. I do have grenade. Hey, that grenade got both of them. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, let's move. My 6 skills. I'm really good at this game. This game's actually, like, as I'm getting used to it, it's actually really easy on easy. We're playing on easy, and it is indeed easy. This is not one of those surprise ones that, like the last couple that have been so glitchy and just poorly balanced that
Easy isn't easy.
on easy they were actually like really hard, or at least supremely obnoxious. Like, we're on easy and opponents are stupid and they don't have much life, and if you behave at least kind of appropriately for the mechanics of the game, then congratulations, you are winner.
Wiener. When I was a kid, my French grandma had a dartboard in her spare bedroom, and so that was like always a fun activity when you were bored. Just like, oh, let's go play darts. So it was a plastic one because it was an electronic dartboard.
Ah.
So, you know, you couldn't ruin the wall. You couldn't stab anyone. You can stab each other if there were other kids over, you know. But it had this really, like, weird, robotic, weirdly accented voice that would announce things.
Oh, geez. Okay, when those things decide to charge you, they just kill you. They have a ram attack that just... Yeah.
So when you would win, though, it would start flashing and making all kinds of, like, exciting noises, and the voice would be like, Wiener, you wiener. And it just keeps saying wiener over and over. And
man.
The fond memories.
Oh, I'm trying to... Oh, I remember one of the other things that that we were going to talk about was samurai and cowboys.
Yeah.
So...
How samurais are Eastern cowboys?
Yes, how samurai are cowboys, like that they are fundamentally, functionally the same thing, culturally the same thing, just from different places. So somebody, just in response to my joke about there being exactly 6 genders, where is the joke? There are exactly 6 genders: doctor, fireman, policeman, astronaut, cowboy, and woman.
And woman.
And woman. So it says, like, what about samurai? And someone responded that it's like, well, samurai are basically samurai are cowboys. They're just Japanese cowboys. And of course, then they realized that Hollywood already figured this out decades ago. But then I was pointing out that it's actually a lot older than that. That Japan figured out that samurai are cowboys back in like the 1800s. That the samurai, like, so the modern idea of the samurai was reinvented. Oh man, they really push cover on you. They're like, no, get into cover. If you don't get into cover, we'll just charge you an insta kill. That's making me sad. Like back in the 1800s, they realized that they could. So samurai used to have a reputation as just being like aristocratic thugs because they were basically just aristocratic thugs. And it was during the Restoration that it wound up being this. They reinvented the image of the samurai into sort of the modern concept of the noble warrior, specifically because they saw what was happening with cowboys in America. Like, this is kind of weird to think about, but the cowboy as a fictional caricature was invented while cowboys were contemporary.
Yeah.
Like, what we think of as the Old West was happening, and then back, east in the kind of the edges, what we now call the Midwest, so like in Ohio, and also like along the seaboard, like there was a huge, there was like a huge interest in basically stories about like, the real West, the frontier, and so you had all of these stories about like what was going on out in Death Valley and what the prospectors were up to out in California and all of this stuff. And so like these stories were contemporary to the events that were happening. And that image of the cowboy was invented alongside, the actual cowboy.
Yeah, that's interesting because that usually doesn't happen.
Yeah, and so these stories were being, of course, like exported because they were, pop culture. You wound up with this really weird situation where like people out in the West were reading stories about like the noble. What's the dangerous frontier that they were busy living on.
Yeah. Oh no, stop that.
I remembered I had a grenade. Where is my AI companion? Where is she? Come on, get over here and flank this dude. That grenade did not go nearly as far as I needed it to.
That is not helpful.
So the because these stories were being exported, it was really easy for people in Japan to make the jump between like, oh, well, these are basically like our samurai, and yes, people in chat, like they are actually much closer to European knights in regards, and before the reinvention of the samurai in the 19th century. But so in the 19th century, they decided that it's like, oh, these stories, particularly since they did have cultural stories about like, wandering samurai, like Ronin and stuff like that. Like those stories do predate the 19th century, but it was a really easy connection to make between this American idea of like the lone wanderer in the harsh West and the lone wanderer in the
Samurai.
Sengoku Jidai.
Oh, look at you. Do you think that any of this someone is Fish Hactory, Perth, South Dakota says knight errants, and I would like to acknowledge that and say, do you think that the kind of concept of the lone tamer of disorder and chaos traces itself back to that as well? or if it's a uniquely American thing.
No, I think it's a somewhat universal story, and I would say somewhat universal in the sense that like it's a story that very naturally arises out of complex civilizations. You know, that kind of the circumstances that are needed to make a complex civilization work, like that complex law and order systems function, are also going to then just lead to these types of stories. People have been writing about how cities disconnect people from the true beauty and the realness of living in a pastoral countryside for literally millennia. Like basically we invented cities, and then shortly after we invented cities, some crusty old dude invented bitching about cities.
That is always the cycle, though. We get a new thing, we like it for a bit, we talk about how cool it is, or the other half of people talk about how it is the harbinger of the end times, and then we get used to it. It
these
becomes
days,
the norm, and then somebody starts bitching about how it was better back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the main difference is, like, prior to the modern era is that complaining was largely limited to, like, truly the upper crust of society. But yeah, this is literally as old as civilization. Like, complaining about civilization goes hand in hand with civilization.
It's true. It's so true.
And
it reminds me of those takedowns / like kind of comic responses to people complaining about individuals who say like, oh, I don't like Apple's practice, but then they use iPhones. Be like, well, you're missing the point of like, you can participate because it's ubiquitous and then still like want them to do better.
We should make society somewhat better, and yet you still participate in society.
Yes,
Curious.
It's exactly
I love
what
that comic from the Nib is just so perfect.
It's so perfect.
It's so perfect. Do you want to find the link for that one and post it for people who?
Yes, I will look it up.
We should make society somewhat better, and yet you participate in society. Curious. I am so rational.
I love it. Okay, thank you, TJ, for your help.
Oh, did TJ? Oh yeah, Matt Boers. Yeah.
He says it's Matt Boers comic.
It's Matt Boers
so
for the Nib.
Matt Boers Nib. It's so good. I giggle at it every time I see it. It comes across my dash in OK amount because a lot of people use it as like a reaction image to whenever someone makes
a similar, yeah. I mean, Matt wrote it because that's a very, very common sort of reaction. It's like, man, capitalism sucks. He wrote from his iPhone. Where is my NPC helper? She's over there doing nothing. Got it. This would actually be like super easy co-op.
Porter says that Conti was a compliance test that we might end up in a scenario.
Sorry, what was that? What was it?
Porter says that Philip Conti was a compliance tester on this game.
Wait, who was a compliance tester?
Someone in chat, I think, yeah. Curious. Oh, there he is. Okay, I have found the comic, everyone. Here comes the link.
I'm gonna die because that grenade didn't go far enough.
It's called Mr. Gotcha. Please to enjoy, everybody. Cars should have seatbelts, yet you bought one. Hypocrite much? Owned. Oh, it's just so good. Please, everyone, just save that image. And whenever you see such ridiculous arguments going around, just feel free to post that in there. Just let them know.
Oh, there we go. Getting my health regen back.
You tried to post in YouTube, yelled at me. Yeah, I think only certain people can post links. In fact, I think only Wrench Crew.
Only Wrench Crew.
Wrench Squad and Dan can post links. So yeah. Unfortunately.
We gotta move. They'll be back. So, Angie, come on, get your head together.
Errant one, I did find the video. Wait, are you talking about the one that Dan made of the music videos, or the one I was talking about with the talk about digital society and how it's organized? Oh, the Raven 7 asks if you will talk about Ray Blanchard.
I don't know who Ray Blanchard is. Who is Ray Blanchard?
I will Google. I don't know about this one either. Some of these times people just ask and I assume maybe you'll know even when I don't, and so I just throw it out there to see. Maybe you know. Okay.
Like, it may be someone that I know about, like, based on, like, I feel like there's a possibility that I know who they're talking about. I just don't. Yeah.
I feel ya. That's me.
It's like, oh, that person who wrote that thing that everybody's talking about.
University of Toronto Faculty of Medicine, American-Canadian sexologist, best known for research studies on transsexualism and sexual orientation.
Oh, he's that autogynephilia guy who's been harassing Zinnia, isn't he? And there's chat saying he's the autogynephilia guy who's been harassing Zinnia. So yeah, I don't know a whole lot about what's going on, but I read a couple of the like excerpts of what the guy was writing, and it is wild. It is weird. Also, he's an asshole. There we go. Got the grenade. I don't know if I have more to say about it than that, because I'm not as well informed as maybe I could be, or well, I know I'm not as well informed as I could be, and I feel like maybe I'm not even as informed as I should be. But yeah, I've got a kind of general awareness of the fact that dude's been writing some wild asshole stuff.
That's crazy. I have not heard anything about this, so unfortunately I cannot offer
He invented this other word that was, I don't remember exactly what it was in turn. Like, it's like, okay, but the idea was, crap, I was trying to flank around behind. That sucked. Oh, what did he say it was? It was basically that
Gyandromorphiles?
Yeah, Gyandromorphiles. That it's like straight guys being basically he's trying to say that straight guys being attracted to trans women are have a paraphilia. So a paraphilia is, for those who don't know, is when you have some kind of sexual attraction that hinges around a object, or a physical sort of concept. So foot fetish, would be kind of the
a non-sexual
idea.
organ, like and not an act, but an item.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And-
like bondage is not paraphilia because you're not unless you have a paraphilia for the rope.
Yeah. In which case, you know, as a if it rises to the level of like paraphilia disorder, then it would be that like anytime you see rope, like you go on a boat and you just start getting super worked up because there's all this rope, and you see rope and like you just instinctively are like, oh man.
Like
rope.
that lady who orgasms every time she brushes her teeth.
Yeah. The dudes on Twitter who are like, who message literally every single woman with a check mark and ask them to post a video of them burping, that's a paraphilia. That's you know.
Thing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or are you making up examples?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Did you not know?
I didn't know.
Oh, now you know.
Dan, sometimes
You're
I'm upset because
you're no longer innocent. I apologize.
You are a horrible
I am sorry you had
corrupting
to learn
force.
that way. I am sorry
You're a
that is how
horrible-
you learned about that.
Horrible corrupting force in my life. You're always just there's always
Well, now you know.
you do this all the time.
Now you know. This is what's out there. This is our world. Yeah, so paraphilia is what we would colloquially just call a fetish. So he's basically saying that the only people who are attracted to trans women or that straight dudes who are attracted to trans women really have a penis fetish. Like, that is essentially what he's saying. And he's also making kind of the attendant to that broad sort of very Freudian sense that it's like, oh, it's really you're a straight dude who is attracted to the idea of your own penis, and so you seek that out by finding a sexual companion who otherwise resembles all of your heterosexual desires, but possesses a penis. It's very up his own ass. Yeah.
Well, we're not going with you. We've got other
This all of these revelations, they're just what a day. What a day. Let's talk about this game.
Yeah. So
What's
I guess
happening in this
the real sort of hitch there, or the key thing in there, the key criticism of Blanchard is that he tries to pathologize basically everything that he disagrees with.
Gotta love it.
That it's like, no, the only reason why anyone could desire something that doesn't fit my own desires is because they have some kind of pathology.
Right.
And
Someone
he'll
Go ahead.
cloak it. He'll cloak it in sort of that sense of it's like, oh no, I'm being very like, we should be accepting of these sick people who need curing, and it's like, no, you're not. You're like your framing inherently disproves your framing of the second part disproves the first part.
Yeah,
Okay, something I don't get about this game is that we have taken down so many of these other robots, but it's like whenever one of the T-100s show up, they're just like unstoppable. And it's like we took down a hunter killer, we've taken down tons of the smaller bots, we've taken down tons of those like mid-sized bots, and for whatever reason these dudes are just plot armor unstoppable. They're just machines. Like, it's just a robot.
It's just
And-
a robot.
Told you to trust me.
You were being asked to talk about 17776, something about football?
Oh, I played a bit of it. 17776 is this really weird new media art piece that's really cool. It's about football in the year 17,776.
Okay.
Where like the rules have evolved. It's, oh man, okay, I really want to try to explain this properly because it's so funny, but basically it's a world where the rules of football are now 15,000 years more evolved. So, and everything that it took a while for me to piece this together, but it also takes place in a like post-singularity world, so everybody is functionally immortal and super like augmented in sort of non-specific ways.
Huh. Well, that takes out a lot of the problems currently with football. I mean, if you're immortal, you can't get CTE, so there's that.
Oh, well, it gets even... So the first... the whole kind of thing that it starts with is the playoff game in 17776 is taking place between... oh, just a sec. I need to look at a map. I can't remember the teams, but the field is Nebraska?
Wait, the football field is the state of Nebraska?
Yes. Yeah, the football field is the state of Nebraska. So one end zone is Wyoming
brilliant.
and the other is Iowa.
Someone says maybe Kansas.
Or was it Kansas, Colorado to Missouri? No, because I remember there was a thing about Omaha and Lincoln. So it was Nebraska, yeah. So because the player was headed for Omaha. She was trying to get into Omaha.
Oh my god.
And she
that's actually a really good use of that section of the United States. I approve.
Yeah, so the story is told from the perspective of the camera team. And now these games last like months, because even though the players can all run like 200 miles an hour, like it's still just a huge area that people like hide in, and they're just using a football, like it's still just a regular football. And the players, so like in the first episode, these the casters, the camera crew, who is broadcasting the game live on YouTube to a record-breaking audience of 3,000 viewers, is chasing alongside her, watching a tornado form, and they like manage to see the player, and they see the blockers coming, and the player gets herself sucked up into a tornado, hoping that it will throw her like 200 miles towards Omaha.
What?
Oh, this story is amazing, and
it sounds amazing in like just a WTF kind of way. Oh, this ice pack feels good, you guys. It feels real good. Oh, this is nice. When I got my beverage refill, I grabbed an ice pack out of the freezer.
nobody is flanking or suppressing this Terminator. There we go.
No one is helping you at all.
Well, they finally did help me,
Wow,
just
you
in
are
time
really
for the
getting-
other one to like
You
pop
really
out and
get
kill me.
blasted there.
So now I'm not. I've only read like 2 days. So 17776 is being released like on a day by day basis, and so I only read like I think 2 days, because I think I picked it up on day 2, and I haven't caught the rest of it. It's a little complicated to actually like read. The site is intentionally obtuse. Like, when I say it's a new media art project, I mean that in both the like best and worst ways. Take this pipe bomb, it'll help. Wait, so my grenades don't do... My grenades blow up those other guys, but they don't... I need another kind of bomb?
All bombs were not created equal, Dan.
Yeah, but how is a grenade good enough for those other guys, but not good enough for these ones?
Just because. Because.
Yeah, so 17776 is a combination of chat logs, videos, and pictures, and maps, diagrams. One of the characters, like her career scorecard is in there, and there's like a 2,000-year break that's just labeled as like went to help her daughter work at the general store.
I found chips, you guys. I know you're excited. Oh yeah, there's some good shit. Dan, you got any of those bugles left?
No, I ate them all a couple days ago because it was
man.
2 a.m. and I was hungry.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Alright. Alright. Is this gonna work now? There we go. Pipe bombs work on these guys. I don't know how a homemade pipe bomb is superior to an actual manufactured shaped grenade, but it is.
Ah. Alright, let me see if I can think of any other internet current events.
Alright, well now I'm
What
out of
have I-
pipe bombs.
What have I seen lately?
Oh wait, this guy's got more pipe bombs. He just keeps
get
making me pipe bombs. Alright, now let's fall back. Okay, so this was... I was wasting a whole bunch of time on a tutorial that exists purely to teach me how to use pipe bombs. Because I didn't think it was a tutorial to teach me how to use pipe bombs.
Oh, you did a bad job.
I did a bad job.
The Raven says you should talk about the Blue Yeti.
I should talk about the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti is it's an okay microphone. Like, for a lot of purposes, it is fine. You know, like, is it the right thing for you? I mean, that depends kind of on where your budget is. Now, I am not personally a big fan of USB mics in general. I think they've got a lot of problems I find their interfaces, like the way that they interface with computers and operating systems, and particularly like programs like Premiere and Audition and Pro Tools, like they can get really obnoxious, and they will disappear from your hardware lists and all of these kind of other things. Like I've run into a lot of just a lot of frustrations over the years with USB audio devices that have soured me. But
Right,
a lot of
okay,
people
so-
don't run into those problems, and
But
more
people-
power to them.
Right, but I think what I think why it's becoming a thing again though is because of this whole plagiarism thing about.
Oh yeah.
the
Oh
video
no, I
being
know,
just wholesale ripped off.
absolutely why. Yeah, there was that video ripped off. I thought people. Wait, do people want me to talk about the plagiarism thing, or do they just want me to talk about the Blue Yeti and like
Well,
my
now
actual
that you've
opinion on
mentioned it, a
USB?
few people have started asking if it's an okay mic for game streaming, but the original question did have to do with the Blue Yeti plagiarism. And then I don't know if you watched Harris's video, but
Yeah, I watched it, yeah.
he made a takedown of another creator that took one of his videos.
Mm-hmm.
So, since we already talked about fair use, let's talk about straight up plagiarism.
Plagiarism's bad. Don't do it.
Bad idea. Don't do it, guys.
Don't do it.
What plagiarism? Okay, so there's two that have been on my radar recently. I don't know the Ripper Offer guy's name, but some like list video guy wholesale took 90% of the script from, I think what's the guy's? Is it something like Ouija or something? What was
No,
the
so
original?
Ouija took Ouija took
Soul Brothers,
Soul
Brother
Brothers.
number something, Soul Brother number 1 or something like that.
Yeah, so Ouija took Soul Brothers script, like a huge chunk of it, like 50%.
Like no, even more than that, but took out all the parts where Soul Brother was like,
Basically took all the important stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. And then filled it in with kind of some other things, but yeah, so just straight up took the important stuff.
But then made the video in the end, not even the original intention of the original video was to be like, no, you shouldn't be using this for like professional grade stuff.
Yes, Soul Brothers video.
Things.
Yeah, Soul Brothers video was 100% talking about. I watched it. It was really good.
It is.
But he was talking about like, hey, so you want to be a online voice actor, like you want to be a contract voice actor who works online and gets jobs and pays people for or makes money, like charges people money for your services. So here is what you need in order to take yourself seriously. And he basically said that, you know, the Blue Yeti is not a serious microphone. If you are doing professional work, it is not up to snuff. And I agree.
Right.
You know, in the context that that Soul Brother was talking about, like, yeah, if, you know, I've talked about this a bit before, like, yes, there are basically money gates to entering various industries, and that sucks, but it's kind of the reality of the world we live in. And the cost for like getting into this stuff, it has come down a long way. Like,
and
you
honestly,
can get into online voice acting. Like, if your computer has decent built-in inputs, you can get into online voice acting for like $300.
Honestly, you could use the Blue Yeti for minimum.
You could get away with it.
Yeah, if you set yourself up, you know, if you've got a good pop filter for it, if you're good at mastering the sound,
yeah,
you know,
if you play, like, yeah, if you like basically if you fix basically every other problem and create an ideal scenario and process it properly, you can get away with it. You know, until
then, and you know, once you get a little money, you want to upgrade as soon as you can. But yeah, you could break in with something like the Blue Yeti. Even if the only thing you do with it is record like a demo reel, it's good enough for a demo reel. It's good enough. If you fix some other stuff, it's not ideal, but people will excuse certain things depending on what it is you're trying to do exactly. Honestly.
So the Yeti's its weak points aren't that it's USB. Like, not inherently. Like, the fact that it's USB is not inherently a weak point with its quality. It's kind of this double-edged thing. It's that it's USB So it's called a analog to digital processor, or an ATDP. Its analog to digital converter, its analog to digital processor is okay. You know, it's a little on the cramped side, it's a little on the small side, it's not made with the highest quality components because it is budget conscious, but it's okay. And you can say the same things about its actual, you know, mic components as well, is that they're okay. They're not great, because they're budget. So essentially what you've got in the Yeti is you've got a $100 mic that is basically a $50 mic and a $50 analog to digital processor. So as a result of that, like, it's kind of two weaker products in one product.
Right.
And now I can't speak to the XLR version because I have honestly never seen one. I don't know anyone who owns one, and no one I know would get one. And I probably, like, I don't know, I would need to actually, like, play with one before I said anything about it. But my guess would be that it's probably a bad choice, because if you're getting an XLR mic, like, if you have kind of the rest of the stuff to support XLR mics, like whether that be a soundboard and then using your computer as the analog to digital, or if you're using a you know, USB analog to digital converter, like, regardless of kind of how you're doing it, if you have the support structure for handling USB microphone or for handling XLR microphones, then it's really not that much more. Like, you know, the mic I'm using, like, I think this one is a great mic. There's a number of other, like, really, really good budget conscious studio mics, like $200. And I know $200 can be a lot of money, but if you are taking this seriously, like, if you are looking to make money, then $200 for a tool of your trade is not a lot of money. Like, it's really not. $200 for a tool that you plan on using to do your job is not bad. And you can get a, like, really good, you know, like, not, like, above acceptable microphone for that kind of cost. And the reason why I would probably steer clear of the Yeti is because my fear would actually be that it is literally the exact same microphone. The Yeti's actual biggest weakness isn't even its analog to digital processor. It's its mic components. Like, straight up, that is its weakest. It's the weakest part of the chain.
And honestly, if you're not trying to immediately break right into professional voiceover work, like, if you're just looking at doing, you know, voicing over some commentary videos, or just starting out in YouTube and stuff, like, if you're looking to market to a general audience and build your audience and then go from there, something like the Blue Yeti or any other intro level plug and play USB microphone is plenty, and it's a huge step up from anything built into your computer or your
nothing.
camera.
Yeah,
right.
It's better.
So,
like, it's going to be better than the built-in mic on your laptop. And if you have a tower, you don't have a microphone. You know, get a microphone. Like, a microphone is better than no microphone.
Right, exactly. So really, this is only even a minute, like, it's only a discussion in the sense of, you know, are you trying to break right into, or if you've made it in, are you trying to get away with using this mic for professional quality voiceover work? In any other situation, those microphones are fine, if not great.
Yeah. Also, a really good point that somebody is that there's tons of them, tons of like well-treated blue mics, like Yetis, on eBay because it is a transitional piece of hardware.
Right. People
like
buy
a lot
it,
of
and then when they upgrade, they will sell it. And, you know,
Yeah.
Dan was saying earlier in reference to selling possibly his current mic, that if it's sitting still in a studio and, you know, it's not being carted around and dropped and all this stuff, like, it's gonna be in pretty much the exact same quality as getting it out of box. So,
Yeah.
so buying a used one is not even a question if, you know, you're trying to just save some money and get off the ground with a new hobby or with a new sort of trying a new revenue stream.
Yeah, if you're testing things out, then it's fine. Like, if you're not sure if you want to do this. And now, the only... Like, this is kind of the funny thing, is that the one sort of argument that... And this is actually an argument that Ouija steals from Soul Brother anyway, is that the Yeti is maybe not the most... Like, not the best intro purchase because there are competing mics in that are just as good at a lower price point. And that, you know, when you are kind of at like just bare, like when you are at bottom intro level, the Yeti has a number of features that are maybe not, you know, you're potentially buying a bunch of features that you don't actually need, like that you're not going to take advantage of. But then again, like, you maybe don't know that you don't need those until, like, that's the thing. I guess that's also part of it, is you're not going to know what you need and what you don't need until you know what you need and don't need.
Right. Until you start doing things and going, oh,
Yeah.
I am going to set, like you have totally different needs if you're going to be recording a podcast and or interviewing someone else on a podcast. Like, even right there, you need two different kinds of mic patterns for those sorts of things.
Are
And
you
there's
going to
different
be
ways
setting
set
the
up-
mic in the middle of the table and having a round table discussion?
Exactly. So, and that's part of where the Yeti does win out, in that essence of, if you don't know what you need, the Yeti has like all of those classic mic patterns for you built in, so you can, you know, you have the cardioid, you have the directional, and those sorts of things.
It's kind of a bunch of different kinds of mic all in one.
Right, so you can figure out what works best for you, and so that is part of why it does end up being a pretty good intro mic. Yeah, sure, there's some other mics that might be at a lower price point and are equally good, or possibly the same price point and are a bit better, but the Yeti is sort of like a catch-all, and it's really easy, extremely simple to use, and
it does have a bit of a weird stand that can be a little frustrating to use, but I will say that the stand that the Yeti comes with is better than the one that the Snowball comes with. Like, you know, you're buying $100 mic, like, you're going to be making trade-offs.
Yeah, I have a Snowball, and that stand is way... it's much more pain in the ass, other than the fact that it's easier to, like, take it apart and travel with it. Like, if I want to bring it along with me to do a quick recording or, like, a little interview, like, something that I don't necessarily mean to produce and put out, or I just need to say hop on a stream or something, I can easily travel with it, which is nice. The Yeti stays pretty big. But yeah, that's like the stand is a pain in the butt. But I also got my Snowball microphone for $45. Because I got a floor model from an electronics store that they were swapping out to put a different mic on display. In fact, I think they were putting a Yeti on display, and were
probably because they took the, like, Blue actually took the Snowball off market for a while. Like, they just wholesale replaced it with the Yeti for a couple of years until people were like, hey, where's the Snowball? Yeah. Like, the Snowball.
So when they took it off the floor, I got it for more than 50% off. And so for $45, the Snowball mic is fucking incredible.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a great mic, but I mean, at $45, like, it's hard to argue with.
Right. And at the same time, it's still better than a built-in microphone. And it actually is pretty decent as a singer and a musician. It's pretty good at throwing down like a quick demo of something, just to get an idea of how you want things to go. Like, it doesn't lose out as much sound as, like, even I've always been really surprised with the last couple built-in mics on the iPhone and how much sound they are good at picking up in music, because music is it's a whole different beast than just talking. Like, a mic that can pick up the highs and lows and not drop those or not blow itself out without a ton of fiddling with things, you know, on the processing end is hard to find, especially if it's meant for just talking. Like the Snowball, does a really good job at quickly and not recording totally shite music tracks. So like when I was in my acoustic duo, we could have me singing and my guitar player playing at the same time, and it would pick all of that up and not, like, you know, cut in and out when it was picking up like a higher note or something from one section or another. Like, it's a really good kind of just throw it down and work with it later, or like save it kind of a deal too. So I don't know, $45 totally worth it. $100 probably still worth it if you don't have much more than that to spend. I mean, if you can't,
if it's the difference between having a mic and not having a mic, like,
yeah,
if you are like really budget conscious, like if you are in a place where like $50 is a lot of money to you, then get online, find a used one. Like, you will be able to find a used one that is in gently loved condition. Especially
those.
Like, there's so many of them out there.
Because so many, it's true. Pretty much everybody buys a Yeti or a Snowball when they're first starting out and deciding if it's something they want to do, or before they have a revenue income and they're just like, this is an out-of-pocket thing, before they have, like, once you're making money from your channel, you're gonna much more easily have the funds, and B, like, the reasoning to go out and buy an upgrade.
Yeah.
So this is so many people, before they have that, they don't know if they're gonna make enough money to upgrade, so they're looking at something that's pretty good or good enough for now. Tons of people buy those intro consumer plug and play mics, and you will be able to find a used one so easily online.
And for a lot of people doing like Let's Plays or just, you know, video voiceovers. So Bob, who is I don't know if he changed his Twitter. He might have changed his Twitter handle, because his channel is now Bob Vids, but it used to be She Sells, with the typo. So I'm not sure if he's changed his Twitter handle, but Bob Vids did a response, and this was one of the ones that Harrison mentioned, because somebody then basically, Harrison mentioned Bob Vids' video in the thing, and that he was going to jokingly just like rip off the entire video, but then that wound up being a lot of work for a joke that like 30 people would get.
Right. Sorry, guys.
And
my cold is not clearing up yet.
You know, he just uses a Yeti. Like, there's plenty of people out there. Like, if you're doing LPs or just kind of like video voiceovers, like, the Yeti might actually just be all you need.
Right.
Particularly if you are able to get some control over your environment. Like, if you're able to, like, you know, sound dampen your space even just a little bit. Because the thing is that, like, YouTube audio compression is kind of hell. Like, it is, I don't want to say it's, like, super aggressive, but it is pretty aggressive. And if you if you work your audio, it can show.
Oh yeah, it's the same idea as like when you use auto-tune a little too much on a singing track, you
Yeah.
can tell that it's auto-tuned. And I'm not talking about the stylized, like when people purposely rip that auto-tune to the max because that
This
is
isn't
what they're aiming
share.
for.
We're not talking share here.
Yeah, I'm
where
talking about.
we're not talking.
I'm talking Glee or these live musicals that are becoming more popular, like these live musical things, or the even I haven't seen it, so I don't know, but I hear that they did it a lot in the new Beauty and the Beast. There's a lot of auto tuning happening on it, to the point where you can tell it's auto tuned, but they're trying not to make you they're trying not to let you know it's auto tuned.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's that same thing when you really overproduce your sound, especially from a mic that is something like the Yeti or the Snowball. Like you can tell, so you kind of have to solve some of those problems in the real world first before you go to the processing end, so you don't end up just being like, oh well, I'll just check off these 30 boxes in GarageBand and that'll fix it. Because it'll probably quote fix it, but it's not going to sound good.
Now, someone was asking earlier my opinions on like the Scarlett USB interface, and I don't have one. So if we roll back like 7-8 years, I had actually I might even still have it in a box here somewhere. I had a Behringer USB interface, and you may note that the age of that is a little on the older side, so my opinion on the technology is a touch what you could call out of date. But I had not a like overwhelmingly negative experience with it in relation to like its compatibility with the software that I was using, but I had a bad enough experience that then when I went out to get my own equipment, I kept it as analog as I could. And so I haven't actually used any of the more modern USB interfaces. I'm sure / I would hope that they have improved dramatically since 2009, but I can't say for sure. And I do still, like, whenever I end up needing to use a Yeti or a Snowball, I do still run into compatibility issues where they will, like, the OS will just randomly stop seeing the microphone.
All right, I think we've talked enough about sound dweebiness. Why don't you talk? I'm gonna run to get another refill on my ice water. Why don't you talk a little bit about the whole games done quick thing? Because a couple people were mentioning that they were interested in you talking about that because you've done a lot of tweets on it over the past week or so, and that's a recent event.
Yeah, so GDQ
so
this
about
year.
That, and I'll be right back and join in.
So SGDQ was last week. I enjoyed it. I think it went pretty well. I managed to watch less of it than I had watched of AGDQ back in. I'm trying to remember how to pick up. There we go. Then I watched of AGDQ back in winter. That is actually a good thing. I got almost nothing done during the week of AGDQ back in January. It was pretty bad. So I was more productive. I was more productive last week. I also kept it a lot more focused. I didn't stay up until 4 a.m. nearly as many times as I had before. And it was good. There was some pretty good runs in there. I think they opened really strong with half coordinated's near automata run, and it made me really want to play near automata. It looks really cool. So half coordinated, if you don't know, he's a I hate to say disabled gamer because that kind of sounds reductive about what he does, but so he's a speedrunner who only has full motion in one of his hands, and so he does speed runs one-handed. and but he is also an accessibility and disability activist. Like, so he does a lot of activism and kind of awareness and campaigning for accessibility in games, and he does some advisory work, I believe, in terms of like companies who are making games and are like, hey, how do we make this, you know, accessible for people with, you know, various disabilities and mobility issues. And but so they opened really strong with that run. It was a really cool run. It's always fun watching Half Coordinated do his thing. He's really entertaining. He's funny. He's a immensely talented runner. And it was a good tone. It was a good note to open things on. And then I'm trying to remember what else was like really good.
I'm back.
You're back.
Did you talk about the Zelda one?
Yeah. So
Glitchy glitch?
the Link to the Past run was this year. They shook it up. So this was kind of actually the theme of the year, was like, hey, let's shake up the formulas, because people were pointing out that, you know, I think rightly, like last summer for SGDQ, people were pointing out that it was getting kind of stale, like that last year's SGDQ looked almost identical to the AGDQ that was only a few months earlier. And it was a, you know, very fair criticism, because it did. And so for the last two events, they have tried to shake it up a bit more, and it has, I would say, mixed success. Like, there's been some really good stuff. Ending, so AGDQ in the winter, so it had become kind of calcified in that it's like, oh, the big thing at the end of, you know, the capstone run is going to be Super Metroid. And so for the winter session, they moved Super Metroid to second last and ran Undertale as the final run, and that was a really good change. The Undertale run was fantastic, a great mix of just high level play and also did I not get these grenades? A great mix. There we go. Got my grenades. It was a great mix of high level play and kind of glitch exhibition, which tend to make the best speed runs. Damn it! These guys keep moving right as I throw my grenades.
Maybe they're seeing the grenades and moving away from them. Like, maybe they're intelligent.
I mean, sort of, in the sense that the AI is like, oh, incoming grenade, I'm going to dodge that. Because the AI knows the grenade is coming. The AI doesn't see, the AI just knows. And so I'm going to grenade the one that I actually had a decent shot at without needing to...
Jade says, Dan, shoot them first to stun them.
Yeah, the whole point about the grenades is that I don't need to shoot them first. I can just grenade them. Like, that's why I'm using the grenade.
Dan, let's talk about... Here's a fun topic. Were you ever a participant? I mean, I know you were in your later years because that's how I met you. Were you ever a participant in, like, the LAN jams with friends, like where you would just go several days in a row, just all hanging out, playing a game, eating really shitty food? Is that a thing that you did?
I did a little bit of that
as a teen.
Yeah, I did a little bit of that when I was a teen, not a whole lot. So I lived out in the country for for a good chunk of my teen years, so that was kind of, you know, kind of the only way that we would ever actually get to play multiplayer, is we had to do those kind of big LAN parties, but we didn't have the hardware, and I have two brothers, so there would often be ones where, like, me and my older brother Like we were friends with, I mean, you're kind of just ends up being friends with the people who live vaguely near you.
Right. That's
But
just
so
how it works.
yeah, so we had my older brother was friends with this other family's oldest son, and I was friends with the son who was the same age as me. But we didn't have, we didn't have 4 computers, so it would end up being like we'd do LAN parties, but it would end up being like Jeremy and Andrew playing, while James and I just sat and like spectated and occasionally got to play.
Moderately participatory, like we like watching and
Yeah, I mean, so I was there, but
hanging
so
out.
like, yeah, so because we didn't really have like the hardware to go around, it wasn't always worth it to go, and so Jeremy, being the older brother, I guess got priority.
obviously that's how that works. They
That's
go
how that-
first
yeah.
/ forever.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so what are your favorite like gaming snacks and beverages? Like the quintessential is Mountain Dew, and at one time it was Doritos, but I think that gets all over your controller, so I think people got wise to that and changed their mind about snacks. Maybe even combos. I think that was a popular one.
Cheetos was definitely a thing, but that's also one
Cheetos.
that gets just like everywhere.
Everywhere. Not
Yeah.
only Cheetos is worse than Doritos because
Yeah, it really
for the
is.
mass, because Cheetos not only soak into your fingertips and dye them orange, and also cake on with like your finger oils and give you that like nice little orange like that you could like suck off, but you actually have to melt it in your mouth. Like you can't, or scrape it off. You can't
Yeah.
just like. But also the cheese dust is just everywhere from a
Yeah.
Cheeto.
Yeah.
Like you bite into a Cheeto and it is not only all over your fingers now, but the dust gets where does it, why? It goes everywhere.
Everywhere.
The Cheeto storm.
It's like sand.
Like Doritos, they give you the caked on finger cheese, but they're less likely to make crumb and cheese dust storm. Like they're less likely to just like crisp everywhere.
Yeah. It's less, I mean, it's still there, but it's less pervasive. It's less of an all-encompassing, like, pollutant into your environment.
Right, exactly. You're not inhaling Dorito dust like you are the Cheeto dust. Because also Cheeto dust is part of the Cheeto. Because it's that really crispy...
It's what it's made of.
Yeah,
It is
Cheeto
a foam puff.
It is foamy and poof. You will inhale Cheeto if you
Yeah.
are gaming in a room with multiple gamers eating the Cheeto. I think Doritos would have been my earlier gaming choices. I would usually go with a ranch Dorito because even though it still gets on your fingers, like it's a more neutral color. Like it's not bright orange all over everything. It doesn't dye you different colors, and it looks slightly less messy. So there's that.
Yeah. So when I was younger, it was root beer.
Gotta love root beer is one of my go-tos.
Yeah, and I didn't really have... Actually, no, I guess if I had to say what my, like, go-to snack was, it was probably actually, like, nibs.
Nibs?
Yeah.
What are nibs?
So they're like Twizzlers. They're
okay.
made by Twizzlers. They're just
The little chopped up bits.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
like those.
And the
I
solid
also-
solid bits.
I love a good Twizzler. I'm even one of those blasphemous people. Now, I do enjoy a good red vine, and I know they taste weird and different than a
Weird
Twizzler.
and different, yeah.
But red vines to me are an associative flavor with like going to the drive-in or going to the show. And so if I'm at a movie or if I'm sitting down to do like a movie theater home experience where I have like movie theater snacks and I'm watching one and turning the lights off and stuff, I will go for a red vine if they're available.
Now,
But I do
Raven-
prefer a Twizzler.
the Raven asks a good question. Why are gamers associated with Doritos and Mountain Dew? And there's a very good answer to that, and it's corporatism. It's because Doritos and Mountain Dew, because Frito-Lay, PepsiCo Frito-Lay, pumped a huge volume of sponsorship money into game-related sponsorships. So they had tie-ins for like going back to like Halo 1. Doritos and Mountain Dew have had direct tie-ins to
That though,
video
I think,
games.
But
Actually,
I
it goes
think that
back
is-
even earlier because they first floated this balloon in South Korea with StarCraft. Doritos.
I think though that this goes further back than that, and this is them jumping on a market that already existed to further encourage it, because I'm pretty sure that the staying up
It was a
late-
natural segue because it was already their target market from their 90s extreme campaigns, which were focused on like extreme sports.
Right. But I also think that people just as equally associate not necessarily Mountain Dew, but like majorly caffeinated beverages and munchie snacks with playing Risk in the basement, playing D&D. Like we associate these snacks with not just video games specifically, although that is like the major association is if you're playing video games, you're probably eating Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew. Like those are the go-tos. Which is funny because I hate Mountain Dew. But you know what I didn't hate? Do you remember Surge?
Yeah, I remember Surge. I did not.
I'm glad.
I weren't a Surge fan.
If you guys remember Surge was Mountain Dew plus crack. Like Surge was if you took Mountain Dew and took that same flavor and also the caffeine content and multiplied both by like 100
and
packed
then
it into the same size can.
Also with crack, like it did have the acidity of adding I shouldn't say the acidity. It had the causticness of adding
it was
a
so
intense
acidic.
alkaline to it.
It was so acidic. But the thing is that you did not drink Surge because you liked the flavor of Surge. Nobody did.
No, you drank Surge
were a
because you were,
sociopath.
yeah.
If you drank Surge, because you were rebelling. Surge was the beverage you drank when like you weren't allowed to have soda at home until after you had your glass of milk with dinner. But then you go to the sleepover party and someone's mom brought Surge. That's when you drink Surge. You're like, if I don't get this all the time, I'm gonna go all out and I'm just gonna Surge. Like that's
Surge was what parents bought for sleepovers because it's what they thought kids wanted.
Exactly.
Like it was a product that met the
hedonistic
adult
soda.
idea of what teenagers drink.
Yes, it's the hedonistic soda. Surge is like, it really was. It tasted awful. It was not something you wanted to drink for the flavor or the experience, but you wanted to drink it because normally you couldn't have it. And like, it's like when, it was like, if you could have Surge and also one of those like 2-foot-long pixie sticks, you would. Like if you could do
And it's
both,
all
if you could
awful.
just pound it.
It's all awful.
And it's just so bad.
But it's what
I remember
adults it's the adult idea of what teenagers are like.
Right. It's like if you're the cool parent and you want to like enamor yourself or endear yourself to all the kids sleeping over at your house, you have this shit that you think like, oh well, normally kids aren't allowed to have this much sugar at one time.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna give them this thing because that's what they want.
So now
all they want is sugar.
Yeah. Now the Canadian version of that was Jolt.
I remember Jolt too. We also had Jolt.
Because
But
Jolt
I'm from
was
Southern Canada, so Michigan we get a lot of Canadian products.
so Jolt was only sporadically available. Like, you know, it wasn't Coke or Pepsi. It's not everywhere. So you get that added sense of inaccessibility. And there was like the folklore, the children's folklore about Jolt actually having like an illegal level of sugar and
Yes.
caffeine.
Yes.
And it's like, none of that's true. Because as an adult, you realize that, like, oh, there's an entire, like, Food and Drug Administration that actually, like, monitors that stuff. Like,
thing
this
about
stuff
Jolt,
isn't
though,
just slipping under the
thing about
the
Jolt-
radar.
The thing about Jolt that makes it worse than Surge, though, and it's not to do with it. So Surge, because it's a sort of Mountain Dew knockoff, it's really easy to take a sweeter or a sour flavored drink and pack in that extra sugar and all these things and make it just be like extra whatever else. Jolt wanted to be a cola, though.
Yeah.
And so it tasted like if you drank only soda, like if you drank only Coca-Cola or only Pepsi for like weeks and then shat out directly into a Jolt bottle, like that was what Jolt tasted like. The diarrhea of someone who only
Oh my
drank
god.
Coca-Cola.
It didn't taste. No, it just, like, in retrospect, it was
No.
a fairly mundane cola.
No, Jolt tastes bad. Jolt is too sour. It's weirdly sour for a cola.
I don't remember it being.
If you ever, I've given up. So, I don't like drinking caffeine in any form, normally, but I cannot help but get addicted to it if I start to allow it back in my diet, and I go on these sort of like back and forths where I'll have no caffeine in any form for months and months, even years on end, and then I'll break it and I'll have it a couple days in a row, and then I need to have it all the time, and it's a willpower thing. But when you give up Coca-Cola and you have it again for the first time after a long period, so like one time I gave it up for Lent. Okay, that was my Lent thing as a child. I was like, no more soda. So 40 days, no Coca-Cola, and then I got to have one with like dinner on Easter, whenever, you know, when it ends. And it's weird, the aftertaste of Coca-Cola when you're not immune to it or used to it, the first time you have it after a while, it tastes kind of like toothpaste. Like, it's extremely basey.
Yeah.
Like Coca-Cola is extreme. It is
alkaline.
In it. Yeah, you can taste it. So Jolt Cola, though, was weird in that when you drank Jolt Cola, not only mostly the aftertaste, but a little bit while drinking it, it was bitter. Like, it was like a more acidic. It was weird. It was gross. Jolt was terrible because it did not taste like what you even thought a cola should taste like. Surge tastes exactly like the can wants you to think it tastes. The can looks like
it's
Mountain
awful.
Dew on steroids, and it tastes like Mountain Dew on steroids. Jolt Cola, you look like, oh, it's a cola. It'll be like an interesting, maybe a more caffeinated, maybe I'll get the jitters, maybe even a little coffee-like flavor to it or something. No, then you drank it, though, and it was like bitter and almost a sour aftertaste to this thing that should not have that flavor in it, and it was extremely gross.
But now here's the thing, like, this is maybe going to be coloring my my memory, but, you know, living in rural Alberta, we also had pretty regular access to RC Cola. Like, you know, the
oh yeah,
the rural Coke.
Right.
So I am wondering now how RC and Jolt stack up in retrospect. Also, I just remembered that in my later teens, like after I moved back to the city, I was all about all of the gimmicky crap. So we had this soda that came out that was full. It's called Orbit. And
I don't remember Orbit.
Orbit had little floating things in it.
That sounds gross.
It was sugar water. Like, at the end of the day, it was sugar water. But it was
but you don't
like,
want a texture. You don't want a texture to your sugar water. You don't want to.
well, okay, now here's the thing, is it didn't really have it. Like, this was part of what was so weird and, like, kind of neat about it, is that it didn't really have a texture.
That's weird.
Like, so you knew psychologically
that there was stuff.
that there's stuff in it, but they were like really actually hard to like isolate.
Wait, is this the weird drink where it's like the Japanese style where it drops a little thing into the soda and then it like not caffeinates, is it, what's the word I'm trying to think, carbonates it?
No, they were just floating in there. Like, here, I bet.
No, I'm Googling it right now. Oh, okay, so let's just continue this amusing chat on weird, gimmicky / off-brand. Have you had a Mr. Pibb?
Oh yeah, I've had tons of Mr. Pibb. I lived in Virginia for 2 years. Of course I've had Mr. Pibb.
Mr. Pibb. So have you had Faygo? That's something that's manufactured and made in Michigan.
I have had Faygo, and Faygo is awful.
Oh, well, you need to just shut your whore mouth, because
Faygo
is brilliant. Now, Faygo Cola, not very good. Not very good. Not at all. But Faygo cream soda and Faygo what they call Rock and Rye, which I very recently found out Rock and Rye is the name of like a whiskey and bitters old-timey drink. Didn't know that. So that's cool. Rock and Rye is a flavored cream soda, and then the actual cream soda by Faygo. And Faygo root beer, interesting flavor. It's extremely sweet. Like, it doesn't have
all of their stuff is absurdly sweet.
I love Faygo Rock and Rye. It's one of those things where anytime I go back. Oh, and Red Pop. David Major says Red Pop. They literally have a beverage called Red Pop. Like purple drink, except Red Pop. And if you don't know this, in the Midwest, they call it pop, not soda.
Are these guys like double armored? I can't seem to stun them.
They don't like you, is what it is.
Because I'm shooting them in the eye.
I enjoy. So Faygo's also the one that makes like a classic orange soda. Like if you lived in the Midwest and got orange soda, it was very likely Faygo's orange soda, and that's a good go-to orange soda. David Majors, shout out. He is from Detroit. Faygo's part of his life. Red Pop is his childhood. So here's a fun thing though, fun facts, which you will be amused by. Faygo almost went out of business. They couldn't compete really in the major soda market, and since they were a smaller company in the sense of like where they were sold, like they're sold mostly in the Midwest because they stayed in Michigan. They were about to go out of business, and Insane Clown Posse were known for drinking their 2 liters as like their go-to bev, and they saved Faygo. Like basically they still own Faygo now.
Oh, did they buy it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought I thought they basically just bought like interests in it.
Oh, they might have bought interest. That's possible, but it's
like that they're just like large shareholders.
To my memory,
I didn't know
maybe they just have like a controlling interest, like they have that much of it.
I mean, so but either way they bailed them out, basically.
Yeah, they basically saved Faygo so that Faygo wouldn't go out of business and stop producing. And,
Gnome de Plume, I can explain that, and I will explain it once we're done with Faygo.
What? Can anyone explain to me, what did he ask? Can
anyone explain to me why Coke Zero exists?
Oh, okay.
I can explain that. I know exactly, I know the answer to that.
That's really interesting. We can do that.
Just real quick, I'm going to call attention. So there's the orbits on. So it was just called Orbit up here in Canada. It was marketed as Orbits with the Z down in America. That's what it looked like, and that's just kind of always what it looked like. They didn't really settle. It was very weird. It was the 90s. It was the late 90s. We didn't have anything else to worry about.
The Coke Zero.
Oh, so are we done with Faygo?
Oh, yeah, we can move on to Coke Zero.
Okay, so the reason why Coke Zero exists is because Coke needed to find a way to sell Diet Coke to men.
Yes. It's true. It's true. And now they've actually what is the other one that they're making? Oh, God, they're making a different like 0-calorie soda, and people someone was complaining about like people were too stupid to get that Coke Zero meant 0 calories, so now they're like making it's like the green no, the green bottle's the organic.
The green bottle's Life. That's the one that uses cane sugar.
Okay, yeah. What's the
Though funny enough, like actually it's really funny is that Coke Life tastes awful up here in Canada because our normal Coke uses cane sugar. So they're marketing it up here, so Coke Life up here is normal American Coke, so it tastes as awful as American Coke.
Oh no, that's bad. That's
so it's
horrible.
like,
I'm sorry.
it's really funny. It was really funny when they were like marketing it. They're like, yeah, you could get Coke Life up in Canada. I'm like, what's the point? It's one thing is pointless. It is literally pointless.
We already do that. So why
it's
would
like
you care?
the whole reason. It's like, what if they try to sell this in Mexico? Because people, like, whenever I go to the States, they're like, hey, I've got some Coke from Mexico. You want some Mexicoke? It's got cane sugar in it. I'm like, this tastes normal. This tastes like Coke back home. They're like, what?
It really does taste so much better. You know what soda that I okay, so my gaming soda became a Jones soda. When Jones soda started to get was available at some of our grocery store chains and not just at specialty beverage stores and stuff, Jones soda became the gaming soda, and we would save all the bottle caps. I actually think that I have. So when I first moved to New York for theater school, right out of high school, I had a huge box, like a little, not huge, like a little bit smaller than a shoebox size Tupperware, just full of all of the Jones soda caps that I had collected from gaming with all of my best friends back home. And it was sort of like a physical memory of like all these like goofy, nerdy, geeky times with my friends. So I probably have a photo of it somewhere. I bought a pack of that, like the wall putty, like the blue stuff that you stick posters and things up with.
Mm-hmm.
And I created a grid on my wall and put the soda caps in it and created like an artwork on my wall made out of all my old Jones soda caps. That's how much we drank Jones soda when we were gaming. I had like a big poster-sized grid of all of my Jones soda caps. I love Jones. I love Jones soda. It is good stuff. My favorite, maybe controversial, I'm a blue lemonade Jones soda fan. That's my jam. That's how I roll. If you come at me saying that anything fruit punch or like tutti frutti flavored in any product is good, we're not friends.
Hawaiian Punch, I used to drink that all the time because it was cheap. So
yes. Hawaiian Punch is not a fruit punch though. Hawaiian Punch is straight just sugar water with food coloring.
Yeah.
It's
oh,
just
man.
like I used to drink Sunny D a lot because I'm allergic to oranges, and so I couldn't do the orange juice with breakfast thing, so I would get Sunny D. And Sunny D is basically the same thing as Hawaiian Punch. Like it tastes almost the same. But Hawaiian Punch is the one quote fruit punch that I will allow in my friendship circle. But if you're like, oh, fruit punch flavored Capri Sun, get the fuck out. Like, no. That tastes gross. It's apple juice. It's worse apple juice.
I used to really like cream sodas until I started. I don't know if this was like my taste change or if it's become like psychosomatic or what, but they all now to me just taste like over caramelized, like burnt.
I can understand that. That's interesting. I've never noticed that. Like I haven't reached that evolution of palate yet. So we'll see. Maybe I'll hit that point. We can have a little chat about it.
Also, I briefly tuned into the game that we're playing because it was like we had a cutscene and they're like, you got to go find Barnes. And so I walked like 20 feet and went into another cutscene and found Barnes. And it's like, congratulations, you found Barnes. I'm like, all right.
Good, great job. What other like weird fun beverages? So there's Jones. We talked about crappy fruit punch.
I used to have a lot of really weird sodas. Like, actually, oh man, I wonder if I could dig up that photo. Like, I had a huge box. I had a phase where I was like really big into like specialty ginger ales. If you're looking for a really, really good spicy ginger ale, I recommend Blenheim. They manufacture in North Carolina. You need to get an entire crate of like 36 shipped to you, but it is totally worth it.
I cannot drink ginger ale unless I don't feel good. Actually, I probably should have ordered some because I don't feel good. When I have an upset stomach, whenever I was sick as a kid, ginger ale is like the go-to like thing that moms and grandmas give you in Michigan. And I'm sure it's widespread other places, but I know specifically in Michigan, if you tell people
that because ginger settles your stomach.
Yeah, if you tell people that you don't feel good, they'll bring you Verner's, which is a Michigan brand of ginger ale. It's actually pretty sweet.
I had some Verner's last time I was out there, and I liked it. It's pretty sweet, but
it's not exactly exactly. It's not what you expect when you tell someone it's a ginger ale. Like, you expect it to be a little more dry. You expect it to have like maybe be a little more gingery flavored. But Verner's is quite sweet.
Someone's asking about Clearly Canadian, and I was a huge fan of Clearly Canadian as a kid because it was like a specialty drink. So if I like went to work with Dad, then I could get a Clearly Canadian out of the vending machine.
Can you repeat one more time the ginger ale that you were recommending? Jake asked you to repeat it. He missed it.
Blenheim. Blenheim.
Cool. So yeah, ginger ale is one of those weird beverages for me where I cannot drink it unless I'm sick, because if I drink it and I'm not sick, I start to feel sick. Like, it reminds me of being sick, and I won't necessarily get sick. Like, it's not that strong of a placebo effect, but I'll drink it and be like, ugh, like, I don't want this. The only time I can drink ginger ale, and I recommend this to everyone else in chat if you are a alcoholic beverage person, if you do equal parts a little bit sweeter ginger ale,
come on, Amy.
if you do equal parts ginger ale to a Fireball or other similar cinnamon whiskey, it tastes just like a gingerbread cookie. It's really tasty. I always do half and half and then add a little bit more soda until there's like actually still bubbles in the drink. That's like a good mixture level for me. The other thing I can't drink, which I used to drink a lot of, I used to drink a ton of all of the different Ocean Spray cranberry juices, just like cran this, cran that, whatever, cran mixed in with everything.
Just
I can't drink.
Cran it in your face.
Just cran it right in your face. I can drink certain and or most cran mixtures now, but I can't drink plain cranberry juice without that's not true. I used to. I haven't had one in such a long time. I probably could again. But for a while, a vodka cran was my go-to alcoholic beverage of like, I'll just have a easy sipping drink while I'm chilling here at the bar with friends and don't, want to spend a bunch of money. I'll just slowly drink something. I would do a vodka cran. And so when I tried to go back to just drinking straight cranberry juice, it always tasted like it had alcohol in it to me, and it just threw me off the flavor completely.
I don't know if this is like the best investment of these rockets, but it was definitely enjoyable just pumping rockets into those first two of, I don't know, these walker guys. Also, it was on that last turret that I realized this is like the first time in what, like 800 video games that I've come across a stationary heavy machine gun turret that doesn't have infinite ammo. In fact, I am almost out of ammo.
You're gonna be totally bonered. Totally bonered. Do you have any other foods that you associate with like strong sense memories, or like specific times in your life? Like if you were to drink it now, it would bring up a specific thought.
I can't do Fig Newtons anymore.
Oh no!
Because of a bad afternoon in the very back of the station wagon.
Oh no! That sounds like a terrible experience. Oh, like facing backwards, like how we used to sit.
Yeah, the very back of the station wagon.
All the way to the back, facing backwards, looking out the window at the road going.
Yeah.
Do you get road sick?
Hot
were you
day.
Road sick, or you just didn't feel good?
I wasn't feeling good, and it was a very hot day, and like just perfect storm of
all the bad things.
All the
including
bad
Fig
things.
Newtons. Oh, this is so sad. When I was a kid, so I have a funny Fig Newton story. So when I was a kid, I knew very early that I wanted to be an actor. I used to tell my mom, I always wanted to be an actor and something else though. Like I was always like, I'm gonna be an actor and
a waitress.
I'm gonna be an actor and an author. You motherfucker, shut up. I'm gonna be an actor
and then your mom was like,
a psychologist.
Good plan.
So, so when I was really little, I always knew, and my papa, my mom and I lived with her parents for some time when I was little, and so I always had my grandparents around as like built-in babysitters slash like the fun ones. You know, mom would be the one who made me go to bed, and my grandparents would be the one who just took me out to on the water on the boat and stuff. So my papa had a VHS home camera and would constantly film me doing things. And I got to the point where I realized I could tell him to film me. Like I could direct him on how I wanted to make a video. Like I'd be like, Papa, I wanna sing a song.
Oh no, I hit the wrong button and wasted a grenade.
He'd be like, okay, I would like go get the camera. Go get the camera so we can make this song. And I would sing it, and then I would make him rewind it and show me, and if I didn't like it, I'd make him do it again. And so when I was a kid,
I got caught by a Terminator.
After a couple years, my mom's brother had a baby, and she got a little bit older enough that she could take instruction, and I sort of roped her into being an actor I used to make commercials with my papa, and one of the commercials that I constantly was trying to create was one for Fig Newton cookies, because I freaking loved Fig Newton cookies. And I would have my cousin sit there, and I'd give her a cookie, and I'd tell her, be like, okay, I'm gonna say this line, and then when I'm done, Papa's gonna point the camera at you, and I want you to bite into the cookie and be like, it's good. And my cousin would be like, okay, and nod, right? And I'd start saying the line, and by the time the camera turned to her, she would just have like full squirrel mouth, like just all of the cookies just shoved in her mouth. And there's a video. There's a video of me, like 30 takes of me trying to make a Fig Newton commercial with my cousin. Oh, that's a good memory. I always think of that too. So Fig Newtons are a sense memory for me too, except mine's positive. I'm like getting sick in the back of a station wagon. That's terrible.
Okay, so it turns out that... Oh, come on. Disengage. Alright, maybe I can rocket launcher a couple of these at the... Oh, I guess I can grenade that guy.
Ralinus says, "Now, Papa, I want a slow pan to the right with a focus zoom," and then it's pretty spot on. That was me as a kid. I was always a little director. Oh man, it's good times. Is that your only food memory?
No, I mean I've got to have others, but that's the first
Just
one that
like
kind of
off
comes
the
to
top,
mind.
Off the top of your
Yeah.
head. Let me see if I can think of any other amusing ones. I can't think of any that the first time I went to Cedar Point, which, if you don't know what Cedar Point is, it is a roller coaster heavy theme park. Like, the focus is roller coasters in Sandusky, Ohio. It's amazing. If you like roller coasters, definitely go. The first time I went, my uncles took me, and they insisted that I ride the biggest ride in the park first. As soon as I got there, never rode a roller coaster before in my life. Made me get on the biggest one first, because their logic and insistence was then everything else after this will be just fun and not scary anymore. Because you already did the scariest thing in the park.
Checks out.
Checks is smart, right? At the time, the biggest one in the park was the oh god, I'm blanking. Not the Millennium Force. The Magnum. So the Magnum was the biggest one at the time. This was before Millennium Force. And I went on that and got off, and just major adrenaline rush, right? And immediately was like, I'm starving. Like, my body just burned so many calories from the nervousness and anxiousness, and then also the adrenaline rush on the ride. I got off and needed food. So I pounded like an entire slushie.
Oh no.
Like a red slushie.
Oh.
And
the worst.
Like a hot pretzel. Like, just enough to have something in my body.
You might as well have just drank cough syrup.
And then I went on and then I went on my only, while we were there, the only one I went on that went upside down, which was the Raptor, which is a dangling one. So you're hanging under the track, your feet are loose.
Yeah.
And it right away, you go up the first hill and then come down right into a loop-de-loop. And I didn't know until I rode this ride that I do not deal well with going upside down. So as soon as my body realized I was going upside down multiple times and very quickly, it was very unhappy. And I got off the ride, and when you get off all the rides, there are these sort of descending staircases that go back and forth. So you like go down kind of a ramp and hit a fence and turn the corner and go back down at another angle. I came off that ride, went down, walked literally right to the first fence break, leaned over it, threw up everything, and turned, stood right back up, kept going down, and was like, let's go on the next one. Like, I immediately felt better. But to this day, I cannot have a red slushie or a red icy or a red snow cone. If it is the fake red flavor.
Yeah.
That red ice things, cannot have them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Red number 40s, whatever that flavor is.
Yeah, I guess this would be another sense memory is getting a little sick with, well, so I was sick, but I took cherry cough syrup.
Oh god,
and but I was a couple different kinds of sick at the same time. And yeah.
Oh
so
no. Oh no, that's so sad.
I keep trying to find, like, okay, so like the main ingredient in most cough syrups is either dextromethorphan hydrobromide or guelphasin, neither of which is actually required to be in a liquid syrup form. Like, they both are active as powders, and in fact, cough syrup is powder of both of these chemicals, or either of these chemicals, just mixed into a that word when something is actually like fully properly mixed.
Hydrocolloid?
No,
A slurry?
the opposite of a slurry when it's actually properly
A solution?
solution is just
Okay.
mixed into a solution.
Sorry,
Into
I
a
didn't go for the obvious one because I was assuming you were trying to think of a fancier word.
it's just mixed into a glycerin solution. And yeah, so I keep like once I have managed to actually find like the just basically pressed pill version of cough syrup, but it's really hard to find, and just the taste of the dye is enough to make my sick feelings that much worse.
Yeah,
Endo.
that is not a fun time at all. Oh jeez. Yeah,
Oh man, this is great. Your NPC fires like faster than you can possibly aim. She just gets everything. It's awesome.
there are certain foods too that will remind me of, and they'll be totally random, but they'll remind me of the flavor of like the kid fluoride stuff that they used to make you bite down on at the dentist.
Oh man, so I had a dental appointment just like a month ago, and they've got, you no longer have to bite down on the little tray full of, you know, fluoride paste. They now just, they just like paint it onto your teeth, and you wait 30 seconds and then you're good. And then it just like peels off like 2 hours later. It's amazing.
Oh, that's weird. It comes off?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, that's weird. That's super weird.
Well, but like it just kind of rubs off. So they're like, okay, don't eat anything, like basically no coffee, no tea, nothing super acidic, like no lemonade or orange juice for the next like 2 hours. But you can eat within a half hour.
Could you imagine, though, like, could you imagine the frickin' body horror if you're just sitting there and, like, your teeth peel off?
Your teeth start peeling?
Is that a horrifying mental image or what? Oh my goodness. No, thank you. I don't even want to think about that. No. It should just dissolve. Why does it come off? No.
Well, it doesn't, like, I say it comes off, but it's not that weird because it's not that thick of a layer, so it just kind of, you know, like you maybe get a couple bits that you'll notice. Like I would be lying if I said you're not going to notice it at all, but it's not nearly that like horrifying.
So apparently we have a lot of people who have weird fears about their teeth or nightmares. Interesting factoid. So you may or may not believe in like dream interpretation as far as like fateful, you know, like premonitionary stuff. But there have been some studies as to certain dream types that are common in certain life scenarios. Like when you're dealing with high stress is when you'll have certain kinds of dreams, and sometimes they're a little different for each person. But apparently the teeth fall, like all of your teeth falling out or your teeth like breaking out and like weird stuff with your teeth is extremely common. Pretty much anybody who has had a dream or nightmare has had this kind of dream maybe at some point. Like it's really common.
I knew about the teeth falling out nightmare, but I never had one until last year.
Yeah.
And then it was so novel, like because I knew about them, because they have this reputation as this like, hey, weirdly universal experience, like a nightmare about your teeth falling out. How weird is that it's so common? You know, because I was aware of that reputation, when I woke up from it, I was actually more like, hey, I had a teeth falling out dream. How cool! Finally, like any sort of like lingering anxiety just sort of disappeared into the novelty of like finally having a nightmare where my teeth fall out.
Oh yeah, it's funny because it is. So that's one of those weird dreams that like pretty much everybody has had. Like, and I know a lot of not a lot of people. I've seen a couple of people say they've never had that dream. So, no, I mean like not everybody, but like a huge majority of people.
It's a very common dream.
It's extremely common, and it's almost always indicative of you experiencing a high level of stress, like in your life, that you feel unable to like fix. So like usually you'll have the teeth falling out dream when just like you were just overwhelmed with stress and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, or like you can't try to fix it at the time and you're just like overwhelmed with it. Apparently that is what the teeth falling out dream is. It's funny that this sort of like almost universal experience of a dream has nearly as universal of a meaning for people that have it. I think that's kind of interesting. That like our bodies are like, we're really stressed out. What is a way I can communicate that to you?
It's like, what if all your teeth fell out?
Yeah, what if all of your teeth just crumbled away or fell out of your mouth? I think that's a good way to let you know that you are like sucking at coping with your stress right now. Like, what? Why, body? Why, brain? Why do you do this to me?
Now, my ones when I was a kid was like getting hit by a train.
Oh, geez.
Like being trapped in a train tunnel. But it was like I shouldn't say it was being hit by a train. It was like the impending impact. So it'd be like the loud noise of like the train horn and like the light, and then the dream would end.
Right.
So
like
that was
the whole idea of you can't die in your dream. Like if you die, you wake up.
Yeah, so that was my like recurring nightmare as a kid. It was that, or I would have this like science lab that would like explode. Because like someone would come in and like get mad at me, and then they would yell, and everything would blow up.
Wow, that's some intense dreamery. I went through like a several year phase in my life, and occasionally it'll recur, but it hasn't in a long time. I went through a several year phase in my life where I would have a dream about being murdered by like close friends of mine at the time. So like I would just randomly
You can
have
say
this
Zach.
dream. It was Zach. It was Zachary. He is a shady backstabbing motherfucker.
Zach's a mutual friend of ours.
Zach is a mutual friend of ours. He lives out here in New York with me. He is becoming a small amount of an internet personality himself. He's just finished co-hosting the first season of a new podcast by BuzzFeed that is about RuPaul's Drag Race. So yeah, it's called The Library. You know, shameless plug of friends. When you come up, you gotta bring your friends. You gotta go back and bring your friends with you. You know, that's what you're supposed to do. But yeah, Zach. Yes, it was always Zach.
I was joking, but I was only half joking.
But it was only half joking. No, it wasn't. This was before I knew Zach. This was when I was younger, in like middle school, and like early high school. So yeah, weird dreams, weird sodas. These are good combos. This is good stuff. This is some wholesome content we're creating, I think. Other than, you know, my excessive sailor mouth. Nightmare on Elm Street gamers.
So, Mike, Idea Channel Mike.
Yes.
And I have been talking back and forth for the last couple hours on Twitter, and this is all like publicly viewable, about the YouTube space that is available in a number of cities. So like they've got one in New York. in Chelsea.
Where he currently shoots Idea Channel, correct?
Yeah,
Yep.
because Cornebur Brown is also in Chelsea, so it would in theory like fit well into a pattern that he is used to. But he had this realization that like after Idea Channel, if he wants to use the space at all, he can't,
Right.
because his personal channel doesn't have enough subs to actually like use the space. And now I feel like, okay, so it's kind of a really good conversation about these spaces and how they're positioning them and kind of who they're making them accessible to. I don't feel like this is going to be an actual problem for Mike, because I feel like the entry point for using it, as a production space, is 10,000 subs, and I feel like if Mike so much as sneezes properly online, he'll have 10,000 subs.
He actually tweeted his personal channel after that in a separate thread, so if you go look at his actual Twitter, you can find it. I'm pretty sure he probably already, because he's already at 7,000. Like I'm pretty sure he's already gotten the 10.
Yeah, so because it's like Idea Channel had 730,000. Like I'm pretty sure Mike can personally find 3,000 people worth of overflow,
also,
if he so desires it.
So
yeah, and he's got the crash course thing. So I don't feel like he's actually in any kind of a like dire position with that. But it's still an interesting topic that it's like, okay, who are they making these spaces available to? Who are they kind of positioning them for? And now, because none of them are anywhere near me, like the closest one is actually LA.
Oh wow, that's
because
so
it's
close.
Yeah, so like the LA one is actually the closest to me, because that is a mere 3 hours. Oh no, the school bus blew up and all of the children burned alive. Oh, the horror. Oh, that was actually game over. Oh, I thought that was just the cutscene, but that was in fact me failing. The school bus did blow up and all of the people died.
You are a failure.
Now I feel bad. I thought this was just a like weird resolution, but yeah, so like it's 10,000. You need 10,000 subs just to be able to access the in-person classes, and that to me, like, okay, so use as a production studio, like use as a production space, being limited to certain thresholds is something I'm of two minds about, because on one hand it's like, well, that kind of blows, but on the other hand, it is a limited thing, like in the sense that it's like there is scarcity. There's only so much space and there's only so much time, and people need to kind of man it. You need to filter things somehow. A lot of spaces, prioritize. So like if you're a member of like a local arts commune, they'll have a production space, but like they want you to be a member, and they prioritize members over non-members making use of the space. That kind of a thing. Like you're gonna have a filter. You're gonna need a filter somehow. So it's like, all right, that one I'm not too. Yeah, it's the classes to me. Like that's the one that kind of stands out, is that it's like, okay, you need at least 10,000 subs before you can take classes to learn how to make your channel better. Except for the one class that you can access otherwise is a generic like how to grow your channel workshop. But that's not actually going to tell you how to make your content better. That's just going to tell you, they're just going to tell you how to like network with people and how to oh, so if I don't kill that guy before that point, then he runs into the bus and the bus explodes. Good to know. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like it's weirdly elitist. No, it is actually like incredibly elitist. Like I can't even joke about it being elitist because it just is. Yeah, yeah.
Let's go, everyone.
Oh, you think I need to clear the way? There might be audio that I just can't hear, where they're like telling me what to do.
Gun machines behind us. Take 'em
Got
out.
machines behind us. Take them out, Connor. Okay. Gotta take out machines that are behind us. The aiming in this game is
Sorry, I got hijacked. My roommate saw me, and we haven't seen each other in like 36 hours. So we had to have a catch up. Were you still talking about YouTube? Did I miss it?
I was still talking about
Did I miss it?
YouTube.
Okay, cool. Yay. Oh, YouTubes. I mean, it's funny. It's one of those things where it's like the rich get richer. Where it's like if you
Yeah.
already have 10,000 subs, you could probably afford to like upgrade some of your stuff yourself. Or if
Well-
you've already gotten to that point, you might already have a space that's like decent.
Because the thing is, so depending on kind of what vertical you're in, 10,000 subs is not a lot, but it kind of is like 10. Well, because 10,000 is so. This actually, I have a lot of data to actually back this up. There's a lot of successful channels at 10K, in the sense that like people are definitely able to start making use of Patreon on a like personal level at that point. Did I get them all?
Is this from your mad Patreon data crunch of looking at every Patreon ever created?
Basically, damn it.
When are we gonna get the like data breakdown? The like
Eventually.
45
Right now, I'm worrying about this. I'm worrying about this stupid bus. Like those last two just kind of zoom up so fast.
bus.
Yeah, don't mock me. Don't mock me.
Don't.
What was I? But what was I? What was I actually saying? What were we actually talking about? I was talking about 10,000 subs and how 10,000 subs is
YouTube?
is kind of a it's kind of an intermediate amount. Like in that you can have a channel that is considered successful, in that range, but in the scope of YouTube as a whole, like it's not that many.
The problem is that using 10,000 subs as the benchmark is not the best. It is the easiest or probably quick, simplest way to figure out like, oh, is this channel successful or moderate?
Is this channel actually a channel, or
Right,
is this
But 10,000, there's no weight to the 10,000. So like, if you have one video go insanely viral, you might end up with close to or 10,000 subs from like one or two videos if they go like blow up insanely. Or you could be consistently making content twice a week for 2 years and not have 10,000.
Yeah.
Even though you're consistent and you're making good stuff, but you're just not getting the broad recognition, or YouTube hasn't pulled you out of the algorithm to put you in like discovery or anything,
Yeah. I'm trying to lead the shot on these bikes, but sometimes it just don't work.
So I guess the question is, is there a better, what do you think, like opinion, if you were to try to solve this problem, like what do you think is the better metric to go by, or a different kind of way to decide who accesses these spaces? Like, is it consistency? Is it a certain amount of content?
All right, just a sec.
Is it
The
a
last
type of
two
content?
are gonna like zoom. All right, that's. Oh wait, no, there we go. I got them. Oh, there you go. I got him. I guess this time it just worked.
You did it. You saved the bus.
I just did it. I saved the bus.
You
I
saved the bus.
All right, what was your question? What do I think is a better metric to use?
What do you think is a better metric or a different way to solve the problem of deciding who gets to use those spaces or how they should provide them? Like, do you think maybe it's consistency or quality already of content? Like, what would be a different way to solve that problem, do you think?
Given that there's already kind of a physical access issue, like that they're only available to people in certain spaces, I would actually just use I would remove, I would treat it like any other not-for-profit artist space. Like, this is essentially already a solved problem in that it's like, okay, if you want to use the space, you need to apply, you need to participate, you need to, take various classes before you can access certain certain features, like so that people know that you're proficient with the equipment. Like, okay, so Calgary Society of Independent Filmmakers, you can't take out the red camera until you've taken out the course, like the introductory course in how to use and handle and care for the red.
Right, that makes
like
sense.
You can't just roll up. Like, even I can't just roll up and be like, yo, look, I've used these dozens of times before. Like, can I have it? They're going to be like, well, no. You need to take the course first. Like, you need to take the certification because we need to know, and it's part of our flow. It's part of our system. And I honestly think they could just go to that kind of a system, and they're not going to see it get, massively overrun with, people who are going to, I mean, yeah, it's going to be more popular, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because it's like, if it's popular, then they can justify expanding it. I mean,
right.
I'm almost certain, like, and now this is actually something I don't know. I don't know if they're monetizing the classes, like if you have to pay to take the classes. I'm assuming that they are, because, like, at CSIF or M Media, like when I teach a class at M Media, like, people pay to take the class. It's inexpensive. Like, they're only like $20. But like, they're still pay.
Right.
I don't make pay. I'm volunteering to teach the class. Like, I'm a volunteer, but M Media makes money off of it that goes into their pool to take care of facilities maintenance and equipment wear and tear,
right.
and like, all of that
stuff. It's like paying for your website, and that money goes to maintaining the servers where like the information is. So it's like subscription paying for when people were talking about, well, Xbox 9 is better than PlayStation's because Xbox charges you and then they use that for server upkeep, whereas PlayStation's was free and was just shitty all the time.
Yeah, and now there's debate about how kind of true it was that Xbox was, but yeah, right. Like, that's kind of the right. There's the idea there, right. And like I think it's very possible to. I feel like this is a solved problem, I guess, is my my way of putting it, is that these. We already have working models for how to run these kind of artist spaces that make them accessible without, at the same time, kind of overrunning them to be just, like, demolished. That it's like, you can ensure that the people... Because the main thing that you want to make sure of is not that the people using it are, like, worthy, but right. That they're not going to destroy it.
Right.
Like, that's your actual concern, is that it's not going to get broken by assholes.
It's kind of like, getting your license. And you have to take the training, and then you got to take the test, and then you get it. And You know, if you do all that, you get to have it. And if you mess up and get too many speeding tickets, they take it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting philosophical problem. Because, like, you know, we're debating it, but, like, obviously YouTube cares not to, like, change how this works. So it's not like we're talking about, like, how they could improve it and make it better, in the sense of, like, they're trying to figure that out.
Oh yeah, they're never going to absorb this this feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, Mike just responded a couple minutes ago, and I quote, or was it, want to know what's worse, the more subs you have, the more time you get to book at the space per week.
Oh. That's interesting. I don't know. I feel like I don't know about more time, but I feel like if you do have a larger following, and that's probably born out of, like, say something where you consistently post on, like, the same day of the week, I think it makes sense to allow people with a large audience some sort of prioritization. In the sense of, like,
well, here, let me actually pull it up. I had these numbers open earlier, so I'm gonna YouTube, you know what I mean? Creator Space.
Like if I'm a channel like Idea Channel, and well, maybe that's not the best example. I'm trying to think of.
Wait, did I just get teleported by the NP? I think I did. The NPCs just teleported me, didn't they? I was going AFK to look at this thing. All right, so if you want. All right, so production days per month. At bronze, so if you have 10,000 subscribers, you get 1 production day per month.
Whoa, 1 a month?
Yes.
So, like, if you want to put something out weekly, you have to record, like, 4 videos in 1 day at the studio.
If you want to use the studio to make those videos, yes.
Right. Whoa.
Now, okay, silver, 100,000 subs. So there's my category. 3 production days per month. And gold, 1 million subs, 6 production days per month. So you think about it, like, the jumps here are actually, like, kind of huge.
Yeah, they're just going, like, they're going by powers of 10, and, like...
Yeah, and so if you think about it, like, if you've got 1 million subs and you're in a situation where you're looking to use a studio space, like, if that's your brand, like, if it's amenable to your brand and you have 1 million subs, you probably don't actually need 6 production days at the YouTube creator space.
Right.
No, I'm saying, like, you're probably doing all right.
I feel like
you probably have a setup.
Maybe this is set up with people growing with the space from the beginning in mind. Like, if you go in as soon as you hit 10,000 and use your 1 day a month until you hit the next one, then by that point you're ready to put stuff out more frequently. So now you have I think
no, because in order to grow, you would already need to have a more aggressive plan. Like, that's the thing, is you already have your production schedule, like, basically built. What they're doing here, like. So the idea behind these spaces and why they were made in the first place is because YouTube it caters to the 1 million plus crowd, because that's who they're trying to fix. They're trying to create, like, they're trying to up the perceived value and quality and professionalism of their most popular users, or of their most popular channels. So what they want and how they're going about achieving that is they set up a system so that they can take their most popular people and be like, yo, stop looking like ass. We're going to give you a bunch of resources so that you can look as professional as we want you to look.
Right.
But because it's YouTube, they need to position it as seeming, you know, vaguely egalitarian. And so they have like, oh, here's your benefit levels. So graphite, meaning you have a YouTube channel, you get access to the Space Newsletter, the Online Creator Academy, open houses, and oh, that's it. If you have 1,000 subs, you are Opal level. You get all of those previous things plus emerging channel workshops and exclusive community events.
So I'm reading this thread now. He says that to get access, you have to take a class, and you sign up for the class by submitting your channel. So they check that.
Yeah.
And all videos produced at the space have to go through clearance, part of which is determining that those videos have been uploaded to the one cleared channel that you got approved for. And
yeah, so that you can't use the space to produce a video for a new channel. So, like, okay, I've got a 100K channel, meaning that I would be able to get one production day per month. I couldn't go in and use the space to then produce something for a secondary channel that I'm trying to get off the ground.
Right, you couldn't do that. But also, in there, what I find slightly more problematic is you have to have everything that you make at the space approved. So, like, you're on someone else's schedule for, like, them saying, yeah, it's okay to post that video. And not only schedule, but also, like, you're at their mercy as far as what if they say, no, we don't approve that.
Yeah.
You can't book another day.
Well, I have no idea what happened. Like, yeah, it's a fascinating question. Like, what happens if they say they don't approve it? Or, like, what does that mean? Because that's just a giant black box to me. It's like, oh, well, it's got to wait for approval, or it's got to go through an approval process. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? Is that, you know, because they need to make sure, like, not just that you put it on the right channel, but that you represented the brand properly, that you included, like, do they have requirements of, like, okay, well, if you're shooting in the space, then you need to, like, say that in the video, and you need to use the following branded elements, and, you know, is it like that? I don't know. I'm actually now curious to do some research. I'm sure somebody has made a video about making a video at the YouTube creator space.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people post behind the scenes of, like, recording at the studio, but I don't think I've ever even I didn't even know this was a thing until
I knew this was a thing, but there's only, like, they're basically just in, like, the biggest cities anyway. So it's like New York, LA, Toronto. Where's the full list? Berlin, London, Los Angeles, Mumbai, New York, Paris, Sao Paulo, Tokyo, Toronto.
That's yeah. I did not know that was. I mean, I know that there were places where, because New York is full of a lot of content creators and video makers, so I knew that this was an area that has a high density of those kind of people, but I didn't know that they had spaces here for you to use. That's interesting. Until you know, Mike started talking about it, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. Like, I would have assumed that obviously he's studio recording, but I know a lot of people build those kinds of things in their house.
Yeah, like, so I've built mine in my basement.
Right. But also, I would have assumed, because he's, you know, PBS Idea Channel, that he would have been granted some space, maybe even just like a communal, like one of those WeWorks, sort of like an office space that they have permanently rented for a period of time, and they've just turned into a film studio.
Oh,
I didn't realize it was through
close.
YouTube.
Oh, no. So their studio, their current one is at Cornhaber Brown.
The YouTube studio?
Their current set. No. Mike's current set.
Oh, okay.
is at Cornhaber Brown. It's not in the YouTube space. He's just talking about this as a hypothetical, because it's
sense.
like if he wants to, because he's not going to have access to the Cornhaber Brown space anymore. He's not going to have access to PBS. Exactly. Like it's like, I mean, it'd be totally sweet if they're like, hey man, yeah, if you wanna use our stuff, like, just let us know and we can slot you in. But like, that's also kind of unrealistic to expect. Like he doesn't work there anymore, or like when the time comes, like he won't be an employee anymore. Like he'll need to find other accommodations for that stuff. And so that's why he was looking at there's like, hey, here's this thing that is in theory a similar type of resource that I could take advantage of. Oh wait, I can't. Problem. And not even necessarily like huge problem, because like we already said, like he is probably at 10K subs by now,
right, but
after tweeting out the link.
But even that's the thing though, even at 10K, when he only gets 1 day, if he wanted to post with any sort of consistency, he would have to go in ready to record like 4 or 5 videos in 1 day, which is pretty intense. That's a lot of talking. It's very exhausting, and I mean, especially in a YouTube sense, because when you YouTube, you're on. You have to be on that whole time. It's not like you're just, you're not just chilling and rambling when you're making the kinds of videos that become popular.
Yeah.
So,
now I wish they had one out in Vancouver, because Vancouver's actually close enough that I could justify. Also, I have enough family that lives out in Vancouver that I could just be like, hey, can I crash with you for a couple days? I need to. Because the whole like the fact that you need to take a class before you can use the space means that it's like, all right, I can't just drop in from Calgary.
Right.
I'd need to like hang out for a bit, basically, or make a couple trips. Hey, I got away from that guy.
Yay!
No, he caught me. I got away, and then
I can't see the game right now.
I want to see the space. I'm clicking on the.
I bet that they would be. Maybe not immediately like listening to it, but I bet that they would be open to, hey, you have, X amount of, you should look into Vancouver as a space because X amount of creators live within, such and such an area. They may not have just like looked at that yet, or they may have it in, they may have it in the books. It may be something that they've gone, oh, well, there's enough people creating in this space. I think part of it is that Canada just doesn't have the density of population. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Oh yeah, I mean the fact that look at these: Berlin, London, Los Angeles, Mumbai, New York, Paris, Sao Paulo, Tokyo. Like these are incredibly dense places. Toronto. Right. Like I'm almost actually surprised that Toronto. Well, I'm almost surprised that Toronto makes the cut. Like if it weren't for the fact that Toronto is a filmmaking city and is a very large, dense filmmaking city, then yeah. But I mean, but at the same time, like Vancouver is also a large, dense filmmaking city.
Right, but the actual city is, much like New York is, New York City.
But how many? But the question of like how many YouTubers actually live out there?
Right. Yeah. That and
I mean, Linus Tech Tips is out in Vancouver.
A lot of people. So, for example, though, too, in this area, there's a lot of communities outside of the city, but within easy traveling distance to the city that add to that. Whereas in places in Canada, like other than those collections, like the population then is widely dispersed, like outside of.
I just wanted to point out something that I'm just kind of noticing about the game, or really piecing together how it works, is that if things are shooting at you, like if Terminators are shooting at you, the whole screen just shakes constantly. Like they're not even shooting at me, they're just shooting around me, and my whole screen is shaking constantly with explosions. It makes aiming very obnoxious. particularly with those grenades, because it's like, all right, well, it's one thing when you're trying to aim with like the hit scan guns, but like aiming with this grenade launcher, like look at that, look at.
Oh, I just got the stream to work again for me. Hooray! It keeps putting me back and kind of freezing it, almost pausing it, but the pause button isn't pressed. I don't know if that's just my internet today or the stream.
What?
I haven't seen anybody else say anything about the stream, so it's probably my internet's. I haven't had any problems with the call, but the actual stream itself has paused itself like a few times, I was saying. And so I'll look up and realize your guy hasn't moved, and at first I thought you weren't moving because cover, but then I was like, oh no, it's been way too long for that.
Yeah, no, there's no YouTube space in Texas. You'd think Austin would be
like
a place for would be a spot. I mean, I don't know how successful these have been for them. I don't know like how heavily used they are, how much they're costing, what their sort of like. I don't actually know what their like setup is. I've never been to one. I keep meaning to like go buy one. I got invited to go buy the LA one while I was down there for VidCon, but I didn't. It's really far out of the way.
Oh, okay.
Or it was really far out of our way. Like maybe if I had my own car there, but I loathe driving in LA. So, I don't know. Maybe the next time I'm out in New York, I'll go by just to like see it. I'm trying to think if I was going to be in Toronto, but then that got canceled. So.
Well, maybe next time you visit the city, you can go see the New York one.
Yeah, I might just have to do online research, because I'm sure there's answers to all these questions. Like, hey, do these things cost? Like, hey, maybe these are even like here on the website if I poke around enough. Production fundamentals. Here, let's actually go to.
Why don't you show us your face while you are interneting? Say hello to your audience. They want more Dan. Oh,
actually,
no,
I think these. Sorry,
are you gaming, or did you
what?
just start
I'm gaming. No, I'm looking.
Okay.
What? I'm looking off to the side. I was just briefly looking off to the side. I actually think these workshops might be free.
Dojam Hamlet. Why are you talking about Hamlet? I'm confused. That was random. If it ties in somehow, I'm interested. So what
you must have a YouTube channel with at least 10,000 subscribers and be signed up to attend. No plus ones or walk-ins will be permitted. Each person from your channel must register under a separate email address. If you have problems signing up with your channel, please email spacetolearn@google.com. And
wait, so if you have multiple people associated with your channel, you all have to take the class? Like you can only have one email address associated with a channel?
Presumably you would all link the same channel, and you would need some way of demonstrating that you are in fact associated with that channel. I don't know.
Right, but like unless you've created like a joint email for the channel, like which is useful, but then it's under nobody's name. It's just for the channel. This is another problem that YouTube has, is that it needs to do a better job at allowing you to share channels. It needs to do a better job at collaborative channels. There's
yeah, now since I mentioned that in the last or in the VidMe video, people have pointed out that there are features that work kind of towards that end, but they're less known about. which, you know, is itself kind of proof of the problem. All right.
Right.
I've got a pipe bomb, and I know how you need to use pipe bombs to take care of the Terminators. Also, he wouldn't throw the grenade. I don't know why, but I kept pushing the button, and he wouldn't throw. He wouldn't. Whatever. People pointed out that there are a couple different routes. Like, you can create a brand channel, and there is a way to make people, like, make someone like a channel manager. But just the fact that these are kind of like ill-defined, and the fact that I can't tell you how to do that.
Also, you can't transfer a channel that's already created to a situation like that. Like, you can't convert, I don't think. And even if you couldn't transfer it to, like, an email address for the like, once you decide you've gotten big enough and you don't want it associated with your personal email anymore, there's no way to, like, send a channel to a collective email.
Yeah, like, I cannot for the life of me figure out how to add a channel manager.
Oh my god.
Like, I'm looking at the pages that I would assume that would be on, and it's not on those pages. Like, I would assume it would be on one of these tabs under channel, like maybe advanced.
But no. I would also be interested, so I wonder if the YouTube space is consistently booked out. Because if it isn't, then there really should be ways to take advantage of it. Like, it shouldn't be empty if people want to use the space but can't. Like, so if you're saying you only get 1 day a month, but then there's like 2 weeks added up out of the month that the space isn't being even used, like, that seems ridiculous to limit people when, like, I would be interested to know if it's consistently in use and how it is used. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How do I change? I have a pipe bomb, but I don't know how to change from grenades to pipe bombs. Here, options, controls, move character, objectives, move camera, reload, enter exit cover, toggle weapon, pick up, look at, use, throw grenade, fire, blind fire, aim, peek out. Oh, there isn't a way to switch between the two? Do I just have to, like, throw all of my grenades and then it'll switch over to pipe bombs when I'm out of grenades?
Do I just have to give up?
Like, look, there's a pipe bomb right, or no, I don't have a pipe bomb. Okay, all right, I'm just gonna throw all of my grenades, and apparently that worked. Apparently they are no longer immune to pipe bombs, or they are no longer immune to grenades, and I can't pick up that pipe bomb. I really do not know how some of the stuff in this game functions. Especially since, like, look, 0 grenades. I have 0 grenades. Why can't I pick up the pipe bomb?
I couldn't tell ya. I think it seems kind of silly to, for example, someone like Mike to not be able to have access when he is the hosting entity on a super successful channel, and
but they want it to go
is also
to very specific, like, it's, yeah, like it does actually strike me as weird that they don't want people using the space, like, even already successful people using the space to launch new channels.
To launch a new channel, like, there, even if, so that would be an interesting, like, even if they offered some kind of package where it's like, okay, you can take a class you have to take a class that like talks to you about kind of what launching a new channel is like and like concept, and then like maybe even like pitch a concept to somebody, and then you could do like a short term, like, you know, okay, you get 3 days for 2 months, you get 3 days a month for 2 months to like put together enough stuff to maybe launch a new channel and see how that works out. You know, like that'd be an interesting like separate package to give people. But yeah, it seems even weirder when the person wanting to launch a new channel is someone who has already successfully launched other shows or channels and has done well with them. Like that would be ridiculous logically to me if Mike shows up and is like, "Hey, this is my main channel.
I ran a 730,000 sub channel."
Yeah.
What was that? What's Idea channel at? I think it's at like 730.
And you know, I'm voluntarily ending it. I feel like it's run its course, and I want to move on to a new project with a new concept. Like, but I've already obviously that
765. 765.
The idea of that is the same as like, you know, you invent a major startup and sell it to Google for billions, and then no other angel investors will ever invest in your next venture. They're like, no, you already had one and sold it, and you're starting from zero now, so like do it again.
I am like, now here's the thing is that I am almost certain that if like Casey Neistat rolled up and was like, yo, I want to launch a new channel, they would just say yes. Like, I want to launch a new channel and we want to shoot it at the space. They would just say yes. I'm almost certain of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that on a case-by-case basis, like if someone contacted general manager or whoever at YouTube and was like, hey, that they would like work with you. But for it to not already be built into how the space works and how new content and new creators, or even, you know, successful established creators, and for not to be out there already is ridiculous to me.
I really want to go by, like, oh man, the weird thing is that now, like, I kind of want to go by to ask these sort of questions about, it's like, so who do you consider to be your target demographic with
yeah.
In your mind, what does this space do? Not just who is it for, but like, what do you want people using it for?
Right. Like, what is the aim for this space on your end? Like, what is your ideal? Interestingly, so I'm looking at the New York Spaces website here, and it is, so there's Studio A.
Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff.
But they have like a whole stage that's specifically set up to be now, like they're bragging about it on their page. They've set up one for specifically for music. And they have like all these sets. Like this set is the diner. It's 2 like booths from an old diner set up for you to sit in these booths. There's one that looks like a boardroom.
Like this is kind of the weird thing, is that all of these sets are like super, I don't even want to say super generic, but they're clearly positioned towards like small skits and vlogging and music.
Right.
I almost think that musicians...
What channels are using this diner? Hold on, I need... What channels... The only show I could think of, a YouTube show, that takes place in a diner is
Well, now, like, presumably if you're interviewing someone or you just need a, like, space to do...
Okay, I could see an interview. Like, it looks like you just met them at a cute diner and are having a chat.
Yeah, but it's actually a controlled space.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. But that's a pretty small, like, most people... Not most people, but, like, a lot of people who are going to do an interview style might not want to have, like, that kind of a background. Like, they might be looking for a traditional talk show type setup, or...
Well, but then they've got stuff like that, too. Like,
Yeah.
they've got a lot of things there. So I'm kind of getting the feel that their target market with this is people doing, like, interviews of one kind or another, or musicians. I would actually say that musicians is pretty strongly there.
Yeah. So the New York one, I said I was looking at it, and they have just converted one of their spaces specifically to be a for musicians. Like, it's set up as a set for acoustic videos and stuff like that. Like, it's specifically set up for music covers and things to be recorded.
You know, if you think about the kind of the way that music YouTube works, that even the rest of these, like we were talking about interviews, like, you know, vlogs and stuff, but I would say that musicians are their ideal user. Like, that's the answer to our question of, like, who do they want coming into these spaces, who do they want booking them, and it's going to be lifestyle vloggers and musicians.
I wonder, I mean, is that... Oh, sorry, that's my timer.
And the thing...
Is that their two biggest audiences? And also, if you're already making music and you have 10,000 subscribers for your music, like, even more so than other types of video making, you have to have a decent setup already to be recording music.
Yeah, and that's why I was mumbling earlier about they probably have either stipulations, or it's just kind of implicit in it that you're going to be saying, like, oh, hey, we're here at the YouTube space, so even if you're only doing it, like, even if you're only getting access to that space once a month, it's all about the optics of it.
Right.
You know, the perceived elitist accessibility that it, you know, it's about image.
Right. I guess that would make sense. It would probably be a lot easier to record, like, 10 music videos in one day on the acoustic music set than it would be to record, you know, 10 scripted, you know, film video essays, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Good call, Dan. You figured out the mystery of what the hell these spaces are for. Gotta find my pills.
Your old lady pills.
My old lady pills. There they go. I have, like, I'm doing the whole like, no one is sure what actual benefit it has, like, vitamin regimen.
Ah, good choice. Good choice.
But I do it.
No one knows what it does, which means that it could do anything.
Exactly. No, I do it because I feel like there is a related placebo effect. When I feel like, you know, if I'm taking 6 vitamins, my brain's just gonna convince my body that it's helping.
And thus it will help.
And it will then, yeah, exactly. I don't ascribe to the placebo effect in most other instances, but in this one, especially when we were talking about this before you hit go on the stream, but when you can feel a sickness coming on, but it hasn't fully hit you yet, and that annoying frustration with, like, there's nothing I can do to stop it at this point. Like, I know I'm gonna feel horrible tomorrow and the day after, but today is just the precursor, but I can't stop it. I can't even speed it up. I can't do anything about it. So what I can do, though, is take all of these vitamins in addition to my cold medicine that I have to, like, actually combat the shit. And that makes me feel like I'm going to heal faster. And then because of that thought, you know, that my brain will just fix me faster because I'm giving it reasons to think that it has that ability. So I just took my gummy vitamin C. I don't need to do any airborne, so we're not going to do that right now. I took my
I
zinc.
think it just let me move on to the next arena.
And now I have a throat spray. Do my throat spray. Shake that bitch up. There we go.
There we go.
Ugh, God, ugh, throat spray tastes like asshole. And now, the cold medicine. Oh!
Or wait, or did it send me even further back? I can't tell anymore. Oh, I think it's... I think it sent me a ways back.
No, I'm not taking Dramamine. Dramamine is what you take when you go to Cedar Point and don't want to throw up on the roller coasters. I am taking what I call cold crack. It is a... 1 year I caught a death. Like, I caught a death. It is the illness I caught that gave me ear problems when I'm sick. So, it was bad, and I was doing a theater. I was in a musical at the time. Ironically, it was Rent. So I was in Rent at the time, and I caught this death, and I didn't have an understudy because I was multiple smaller roles and a member of the chorus, so, like, I had to do it. I had to push through it. So somebody recommended this medicine to me, and it's like 4 different medicines mixed together. It's like a decongestant and an expectorant and like some kind of a pain and muscle ache thing and something else. I don't know what it is, but you take it and it just basically it suppresses every possible symptom
Physical
of the sickness. Yeah. So, like, you don't necessarily, like, feel well, but you're not suffering. And so that is my current go-to. But this was the only way. This stuff is the only way I survived that show. What I was doing, I would land it so that I took it pretty much right before curtain. So I would take one the 4 hours before that, and then when I got there and was, you know, at my, not right before curtain, at my call time, I'd take it for my call time so that I had time to kick in before curtain, and then I would go on for each scene, and between each scene I would come backstage and lay down on the green room couch and just take a nap. And I had one of my other castmates wake me up each time I was supposed to go back on stage, and I would get up and I would shake my head and it'd shake the haze off, and I would go out on stage and I'd be on, you know, for like 5 to 10 minutes and then come backstage and pass back out again. And I did that for a whole weekend of shows, and it was horrible and awful, but this medicine saved my life. So you know, if you're looking for, if you're miserable and you have to push through, get the cold and flu shit that has, like, it's like 4 different medicines. You want the one with, I'm gonna tell you guys, because, you know, we're filling really crappy game dead air. So I'm just gonna, just get the box. I'll tell you all about it. Oh man, this is Crystal's.
I'm like completely out of ammo.
Crystal's performer tricks. Okay, you want the kind that has dextromethorphan and
Dextromethorphan hydrobromide.
yeah, that's it. That's the stuff. That's the cough suppressant. And then you want the expectorant I usually look for is the guaifenesin.
Gulfacin.
Guaifenesin?
Gulfacin.
Gulfacin. It doesn't have an L. It's Guai. If that's how you, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying I disagree with how.
Wait, this might be something different.
It's an expectorant, so that's what you go. Guaifenesin, guaifenesin, and then you want phenylephrine HCI, which is the nasal decongestant, and then I usually go for the one. Then there's a fourth one that is some kind of painkiller. In this particular brand, it's acetaminophen. So you want one that like help get rid of the like weird muscle aches and stuff you get.
Wait, who's Angie? Angie, we just got separated from Angie, but I don't.
Oh no!
I don't know who Angie
Look
is.
out.
Who's Angie?
Man, sometime maybe in one of our like film fun Q&A sessions, I can just we can go off on a tangent for anybody who is looking to be some sort of voice actor or on-camera personality, and I will just tell you about all of the things of how to keep your voice healthy, and if you are starting to die, how to push through it and keep working, and all of the weird crap that you do.
I need to... Here, one sec. Like, while this plays, I'm going to...
Where you going? Where you go? What you doing?
Alright. John Connor reflects on the old days of preparing for the future battle. Returning to an evac point with Blair Williams and other soldiers, they battle their way through machines to discover that there are no helicopters waiting for them. Escaping in trucks instead, the group are attacked by a hunter-killer aircraft. After John Connor manages to destroy the HK, a T-600 appears and kills several members of his team. The team travels underground, then above again, battling machines. The surviving trio manages to reach the evacuation point, meeting soldiers. Aerosat drones attack, and Connor, Williams, and others go outside to take care of them. One is killed in the battle. A resistance team led... This is like a... This is a like beat-by-beat plot summary. Transmission is lost. Team tries to make the landing place for a helicopter. Chopper lands and rescues the team, but Connor and Williams stay behind to rescue Weston's team. The tour goes into the sewers. A rescue team, Epsilon, has a helicopter going down, so the duo goes to its crash site to check for survivors. They rescue 4 soldiers. Angie, an unknown, Deckard, and Dobkin, so Rose McGowan, Joe Caramino, and Nolan North. They fight a legion of machines, and then afterwards decide to head for an old resistance outpost. Deckard and the unknown are killed by a T-600, and the team are forced to retreat. They manage to destroy 2 T-600s. They have no choice but to retreat, but with no way out, the team is forced to destroy the 600s, though Dobkins is mortally wounded in the fight. The 3 continue to go to Skynet while defending themselves. They decide to go to a tower so they can observe Skynet patrols so as to plan a route to rescue Weston. They encounter T-600s with rubber skin, which the trios destroy. Connor warns the other 2 about the 800, which has real vat-grown skin. They reach the tower where they encounter the hunter-killer. But Connor, Williams, and Angie manage to destroy it. There are too many machines on a nearby street that they plan to go down, so the 3 decided to go to Union Station at the subway, following the tracks to Skynet. They traverse their way to a hidden survivalist camp. The survivalists don't trust them at first because of the T-600s with rubber skin, but they manage to gain their trust. They say they have not encountered Skynet for a long time. The leader, named Warren, Ed O'Ross, leads him to Barnes, Common, who will supply them. Machines come, and Connor, Williams, and Barnes fight off the machines while Warren and Angie evacuate the area. Barnes reveals to Connor the machine machines actually come every 2 months. They destroy the machines with detonators and everybody evacuates by train. Connor and Williams defend the train by missile launcher. They stop to rescue other people from machines and succeed. They escape, but the train derails, so they go on foot to a truck depot, meeting up with other soldiers. Warren drives a school bus while Connor and Williams defend it, eventually saving the bus. They go their separate ways, but Warren says they can visit them anytime. Warren still has doubts of their plan, saying they can't communicate as long as the Skynet communications tower still stands. Barnes joins the three, saying he's tired of running and wishes to join the resistance. Battling numerous machines to infiltrate Skynet compound, an alarm is accidentally triggered when Connor steals important documents. While Barnes sets up explosives, Connor, Angie, and Blair hold off T-600s and T-7Ts. While the explosives go off, they run into the elevator to escape. However, with the control panel located outside, Angie sacrifices herself so that Connor and the others can return to the surface. John is racked with guilt, but Blair explains that he had helped Angie fight and she believed he could help humanity win. Later, Connor is fixing what appears to be a vehicle. Am I supposed to shoot something right now?
It's just finishing a cinematic, but I don't know.
No, I've been in
get
control for a second now, I think.
Got it. Way to go, Connor.
Yeah, I've been in control of this thing. I've got a Gatling gun and I've got a rocket launcher, sort of. Target T-7T. Oh, so these T-7Ts, these are the little guys, or the medium-sized guys. That we've killed so many of them, despite the fact that they're like. Oh, I've got 2 guns. Wait, what? What the hell is going on? I have 2 Gatling guns. I'm sorry. I've been negligent in my shooting ability. I can shoot better than I have been shooting. Also, I assume that means that I have... Yeah. I've got 2 Gatling guns and 2 rocket launchers. Check it. Yo. Dog. Good work, Connor. You're messing it up. That's a mixed message. Am I messing it up, or am I doing good work?
I don't. You did a good job at messing it up.
That.
Obviously, that's what it means. Clearly.
Second AA site cleared. All right.
Clear as me.
Later, Connor is fixing what appears to be a vehicle. He calls his base, answered by teammate Linda Lupe, saying he needs air power to rescue Weston's team. Linda says it's going to be a problem because of a harvester. That won't be a problem, Connor says, because Connor reprogrammed a hunter-killer tank and programmed it to go straight to Skynet. He does not have control of the guns, though.
Did the one for Men in Black? It sounds like it.
It feels like it. It definitely.
It sounds like he did.
No, this doesn't feel like his, though, because this is so blandly point by point, where the other guy spent like weird amounts of time on minutia. And
It's true, he did.
And would skip over other things that it's like, really, man? Like, you're talking about, like, he spent so much time talking about the party.
That one party, man.
You know, that scene where if you know what you're doing, it's like a minute long.
But if you don't, you're screwed. Also,
if you
that
don't,
scene
you
where,
end up...
like, there was all that weird stuff about, like, the girl's boobs.
Yeah.
That was a great scene. Good times. Good times.
Where was it? He does not have control of the guns, though. That quickly changes when Warren's team returns with the access codes to the guns and apologizes. And that is where we are at. That is a recap of the last 4 hours, 3 hours of playing this game, in case you missed what's happening like I did.
I feel like if somebody wanted to suffocate me right now, it would be super easy because I can no longer breathe out of my nose. And so all they'd have to do is cover my mouth. Like, there you go. That's, like, what if I fall asleep and something lands on my mouth and I guess I'd wake up, right? Isn't that what happens when your body's like, hey, you can't breathe, wake up?
You're suffocating. You should wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking...
Doesn't your body do that for you?
I feel like I trust my body to do that for me.
Right. Like, I would assume if I were to roll over in the night and put my face into my pillow in a way that did not get me enough oxygen, that my body would wake up to, like, adjust itself. Or just roll it another way. Like, I feel like my body's on top of things.
It's gonna respond to things like cannot breathe.
Yeah, I would hope so. I have that much faith in my body, I think. I mean, I don't have an amazing relationship with my body all the time in other areas, but, like, in that one area, like, I think it does pretty good for itself. I think it does a pretty good job.
It's got a handle on this.
I mean,
you've made it a couple decades without suffocating.
I have survived several decades without suffocating. Oh, this is my man, did I have a quarter midlife crisis when I hit my 3rd decade. That was an exciting birthday party. My mom wanted to throw me a big party so that she would have an excuse to bring me home for, like, the big 3-0, and I was like, look, this is fine, but if I see one damn balloon or card or a cake or a banner that says anything about over the hill, I'm gonna leave.
All right. They first have to locate and destroy Skynet's anti-aircraft turrets. They destroy 4 areas of turrets and machines, but the tank takes too much damage. Connor suggested they could deactivate them on foot. Connor, Williams, and Barnes are joined by 3 men to deactivate the turrets and to find Weston's men. Warren and the others cover Connor by destroying as many machines as possible. I'm just going to read the rest of this because we're basically almost done, so just in case we don't finish. They traverse Skynet and destroy all the machines that they encounter until they find Weston and his men. Warren's men agree to escort them to the vehicles while Connor, Williams, Weston, and Barnes go through the service tunnels to deactivate the turrets. The 4 try to make it into the control room. Connor shuts down the machines for a few minutes, enough time to get them out of Skynet. The 4 attempt to escape Skynet before they destroy the base. With the 4 of them safe, they all return to their resistance camp. Connor narrates, saying that he has gained faith by what he is about to create in the future instead of the past. Spoilers.
I have no idea still what the plot is. And
that was written so obtusely.
Can you, like, TLDR it for us?
No, I absorbed like none of that.
I don't know what was happening there. I'm just confused.
All right. Did I give... Yeah, there we go. One of my NPCs got a good angle. And actually took advantage of it.
What do you think of the Star Wars prequels?
I think there's some interesting ideas that people have been able to harvest out of them, but overall they're not very well made movies, and they're kind of boring, bloated, overly long, and full of just some of the worst dialogue.
Ever.
Sand. It gets everywhere. See, look, I knew, like, they're repetitive, so I just aimed where it was going to be eventually and waited.
That's smart. That's a good job.
So the Phantom Menace. So when the Phantom Menace came out, I went and saw it in theaters like 5 times. The whole time, like, actually, honestly, like, the first time I saw it, I got to the ending, and I, like, actively convinced myself that I had liked it.
You were like, no, it was good, me. You liked it.
Yeah, basically.
You liked it a lot.
Basically. I mean, we're joking, but, like, that's kind of what it was. It took me
yourself.
Yeah, it wasn't until, like, the second one was coming out that I felt comfortable being like, yeah, like, they're probably going to fix, like, you know, the problems with the first one. Like, they're going to, it's going to be even better and whatnot. But, like, all of that is totally just, it was denial. It was a long time.
Did you have a hard time when Force Awakens came out, like, deciding, like, were you harder on it because you were aware of the fact that you could convince yourself to think you liked it? Or did you like it and then wondered if it was that only because you convinced yourself, or if it was genuinely good time?
No, because in retro, like, I knew I was convincing myself that I liked that I liked.
So you knew on a subconscious, like, you knew on a level and then, like, ignored it.
Yes. Okay. Like, I knew that Jar Jar was obnoxious and that the plot just kind of meandered and didn't go anywhere, and that the pod racing was, like, actually kind of painful and boring and a, like, pointless detour, like a very long detour in the middle of a already slow moving movie. And, like, I was aware of these problems at the time. I actively ignored them. And it was, you know, but, like, it was by the time Attack of the Clones came out, you know, it had reached the point where it was like, oh wait, he wasn't dead? I thought he was in the process of dying.
Oh.
You know, but by the time the second one was coming out, it was kind of like, okay to tentatively admit that, like, maybe the first one wasn't that great. But, like, this one's gonna really, like, you know, Anakin's older now in this one, so it's gonna be fine. And then I didn't actually end up seeing them for a while because I didn't have access to movies when they came out. So, but no, it wound up by the time I saw the third one, it kind of felt a lot more okay to just be like, all right, these aren't so good.
These just, no.
Like, there's some truly fatal flaws here.
Oh, huzzah. Oh,
you know, so it was pretty soon after the third one came out that I think the active rejection had started. That denial was over. But I mean, they in a weird way, like, I think I mentioned this before, like, they gave us kind of exactly what we wanted, or like what we said we wanted. Like, on paper, the Star Wars prequels are kind of, you know, the thing we told them to give us.
We asked for, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when I found out that Revenge of the Sith had, like, a 40-minute lightsaber battle, or maybe it was Attack of the Clones. Yeah, like, Attack of the Clones, it's got like a 40-minute lightsaber fight. I was like, holy crap, that's gonna be amazing, greatest movie ever. And it's like, oh yeah, and Yoda fights Dooku, and he, like, flips all over the place. And
yeah, let's do it.
Like, you know, like, frothing at the mouth, like, fanboy. And then now it's like, oh man, like, those are the worst parts. Like, a 40-minute lightsaber fight, that's got to be just pointless.
It's true. We people don't know what they want. Don't give people exactly what they want and ask for. You need to. People want good. They don't want just whatever they think will make it good.
This is getting kind of obnoxious. So these I've had this problem the whole time with the T7Ts.
You need another lozenge.
I've had this problem the whole time with the T7Ts where they... Alright, do I have... If you're not in cover, they charge you. But in order to kill them, you either need to use explosives or you need to flank them. So now I'm opting to just use explosives because flanking them is not actually really good or possible in this arena. Like, they've actually given us a very bad arena for fighting these exact things. Which I understand, we're at the end of the game, they want to make it harder, but they're just making it badder.
Badder.
Yeah. They're making
You're
it
bad
less
at this
good.
Game,
No,
you
I am
suck.
good at this game. I am amazing at this game. This game is bad at me.
That's why I say the game is bad at this.
But not me. I'm good at this. It's the game that's bad.
Right. You're really good, Dan. You're good at
It's-
games.
It's the
Yep.
children who are wrong.
You're super good.
I have never before spent a hilarious amount of time failing at any of the games that we have played on stream.
Never.
Never.
Like, that's not a running theme consistently throughout every week at all.
I mean, it is by and large a side effect of the fact that these games are not very good, are difficult to control.
Well, we're saying that that doesn't happen. You don't need to make excuses for something that obviously never occurs.
I still don't know how to pick up the, Okay, those are actually just background decoration.
Alright, chap. Come and deliver. We need a good new topic. Dan, are you ever gonna do a video about Terminator?
No.
But you did one about Transformers. You're gonna do
No.
one about Terminator? No? Why?
I don't know. It felt like a really funny thing to say at
It was.
that exact second.
It was good. It was funny.
I haven't seen either Baby Driver or Homecoming yet.
They're too new.
They're very new, and I only go out of my way to rush out to see trashy, awful movies and not good movies. I still haven't seen Wonder Woman.
You
I'm
still
a little
haven't
burnt out.
seen it?
No, I'm a little burnt out. Also, movies are expensive.
We just talked about it like 2
Movies?
weeks ago at the end of stream.
Yeah, and I didn't say anything. You and Lewis
What?
talked about it.
But you didn't say that you hadn't seen it.
No, I didn't.
Why would you not? Why wouldn't you just say that you didn't see the movie, Dan?
Because you were having a good discussion, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to center it on myself.
Oh,
I don't want
you
to
didn't
make it a discussion about how I hadn't seen Wonder Woman
You
yet.
didn't want to make it all about you.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
I didn't.
Wow, that is so rude to just not purposefully not make things all about you. Yeah, movies are really expensive, especially here in New York. Like, unless it's something that I get a chance to see when I'm visiting my friends in Massachusetts, or if I can see it at like the cheap show, like it's older, I don't usually go see. There's some stuff,
damn it.
I'm really, really excited about, and either I want to vote with my dollars on opening weekend, or I'm just excited about it. I generally don't do like right away. What was the last movie? I'm trying to think. It was...
Oh man, I can
the
just
1967 Camelot, which is based off of the stage musical.
I can just imagine how like awful this game would be on harder difficulties. I mean, I know that's a running theme with these games because they tend to be really poorly balanced, but like this one is so clearly balanced for co-op play that it just seems like it would be a nightmare on harder difficulties solo.
Hold on, I'm looking up something for Captain Blue here. Was asking if you have any tips on working on something, even if the original passion and motivation has died. And I know that you pulled out your one talk about that when we had our film Q&A. So I'm just going to link that in chat for everybody. Who do I think is the most overrated director currently?
Overrated?
I don't know.
I don't really know who's hot right now.
Yeah,
and you kind of need to know like who's
know...
hot to know who's overrated.
I also don't know, like people might say someone like Michael Bay is overrated, but also just as many people like rag on him in circles that I'm in. So like it's hard for me to know who's overrated.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I have a lot of elitist film nerd friends, so... Alright.
I mean, and I think a lot of the people who have a lot of buzz right now, like, I wouldn't say Michael Bay is overrated because, like, so many people bag on him that he's clearly not overrated.
Right, exactly. Like, he gets a lot of money, and he gets a lot of work, but a lot of people back him. So I don't know if I could say.
Yeah. Like, where's he actually rated? I think a lot of the people who are kind of, like, who have a lot of buzz right now, you know, Michael B. Jordan, I think are very properly rated. Like, I think most of the people that I'm aware of who are kind of buzzy people that everyone's kind of excited about, I think most of them are talented.
Right.
I wouldn't say Christopher Nolan, I wouldn't say he's overrated. Like, I think he's actually really good at the very specific thing that he does. And again, he's another one who, like, people praise him, but just as many people are more than happy to tell you every last thing that they hate about Christopher Nolan's style. Same thing with J.J. Abrams. Like, I think basically anyone that you're going to make an argument they're overrated, I could point you at just endless reams of criticism about their work, and not low profile criticism, like not just, oh well, Twitter or like these 12 dudes on Tumblr really don't like J.J. Abrams. It's like, no, I could point you to like published articles in respectable web magazines that are gonna trash talk these directors' various proclivities. So,
and then, yeah,
I mean, that's kind of the situation that we're in general with media right now. Like, things are, a platform is so accessible that it's almost impossible for someone to well and truly be considered overrated.
Yeah, because it is so easy now. You know, you aren't relying on only the elitist gatekeepers at, you know, published newspapers and things to tell you who's hot right now. Because everybody has multiple platforms. You have, you have longer form stuff. You have video essayists and stuff on YouTube. You got people who are doing things on Twitter. I mean, even just your own personal circle on Facebook, you're gonna get feedback about things. So yeah, it's too easy for the masses to like balance themselves out between fans and detractors.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that funny thing where the people that everybody says are overrated are the directors that you hear nothing but complaining about, and it's like this thesis defeats itself.
Yeah. Because everybody says, "Oh, he's overrated. Oh, he's overrated. Oh, he's overrated." But if everybody's saying that, then obviously he's not rated very highly.
Yeah. Like if the number one thing said about Nolan is it's like, "Oh, Nolan's so overrated." It's like, well, then he's probably not that overrated. I mean, maybe it's a complaint about like, okay, how Hollywood evaluates them. Like, does Hollywood overrate Nolan? Or are you just talking about like, the academic circles overrate Nolan?
I also think that overrated is hard to apply to a lot of people because they're oftentimes what they're rated highly for and the things that they're detracted for are different. Like a lot of, so like a good example of someone that I hear a lot of people say is super overrated all the time is Quentin Tarantino. Mm-hmm. And Quentin Tarantino is a great example because the people who are praising Tarantino are doing so, well, at one time were doing so mostly for his cinematic ability, like his conceptualization and his actual like cinematography. And the people who are detracting from him are saying things more about the content of the films or like how certain things are portrayed. And so I
feel like you need to be more
nuanced views.
And you need to be, I think overrated as a phrase is basically just a snarl word. I feel like 9 out of 10 times, like if you're just saying overrated blanket, then really what you mean is this person is popular, but I don't like them.
Yes, that's exactly what people mean when they say that someone's overrated. Or,
that you need to be more specific, that it's like, okay, Tarantino's handling of theming or his dialogue, his script writing, his story structure, like he's very overrated as a director. Or as a writer, I don't think his scripts are nearly as strong as many people make them out to be. I think they're easily distracted by a poppy but ultimately shallow use of internal references. That's a opinion. That's a complex opinion about someone's, like, how people are rating someone. I would think that's actually wrong. I think Tarantino is, I mean, you don't necessarily need to like what he's doing, but I think he is quite skilled at making exactly the movie that he wants to make. Like similar to Bay, like in terms, this thing that Lindsay's got going on that I've helped out with. Like, if you want to talk about auteur, Bay makes exactly the movie Bay wants to make. Like, there is no question that he is. And
when someone hires him, they know what kind of movie that he's going to make.
Yeah, they're going to get out of him. Like, Michael Bay's history as a commercial director shows so much in his willingness to just like make whatever crap a corporation wants him to make. That it's like, all right, we want Transformers, we want The Last Night to sell toys. Like, that is our goal with this movie, more so than any of the others. Like, our number one goal this time around is that this is a toy commercial. And Michael Bay is a director who goes, okay.
Yeah. And so I think also another way that overrated is used, I think the most popular is the one you just pointed out of, you know, if you say something's overrated, it's because what you're really saying is something's popular, and so, but you don't like it. I think the other way it's used might be that this person continues to get hired to do work, and I don't think they're doing a good job at it, and that's kind of a consensus. Like,
yeah. Colin
so,
Trevorrow is... It is becoming obvious that Colin Trevorrow does not quite actually know what he's doing, but he's still getting work because he's friends with the people doing the hiring.
And so he's overrated. Like, that's a use that I hear when people use the phrase overrated also, is something like again, Michael Bay is a great example of, like, you might think that all of his movies are exactly the same, or like annoyingly use sunsets and explosions overly much, you know, but he continues to get hired to do all kinds of movies. So you might, you know, that might be a case in which people would use the phrase overrated. But I don't think, like we have been saying, I agree that I don't think that overrated as a word in its traditionally defined sense of, like, someone is actually overly praised and doesn't deserve it is true, because the people, again, you know, Dan said it, that the people you constantly hear people saying are overrated are the same people, and everyone's agreeing on that, the fact that they're overrated, which means they can't actually be rated that highly.
Yeah. Someone's asking me what I think of Inarritu. This is a bit of a complex opinion. I don't think he's overrated. I think he's pretty talented at what he does. I think maybe there's a moment where I would say that, like, a lot of critics don't, like, are distracted by his flash and his gimmicks, and they don't necessarily step back and evaluate what holds up. Also, he's an asshole, and, like, he's a huge dick, and I hate him for basically personal reasons. Because he shot The Revenant up here, and a lot of my friends worked on The Revenant, and he was awful to them.
Oh no.
He was just horrible to his production team on that in just every way. He was a petty tyrant. Like, everything about that movie that you've heard about, like oh, like his gimmick of, like, only shooting with natural light, and how that wound up panning out in reality, and the fact that he would constantly, like, toss his ego around, and he would, like, randomly fire the entire office staff and then, like, rehire them the next day, and the schedule would, like, change at a whim because he was just, you know, feeling something different this day. And it's like, all right, fine, whatever, you're doing your really touchy, delicate vision here. But then he leaves Alberta and goes on this whole promotional campaign where he just trash talks the province and the production team nonstop.
Oh, wow.
Like, he had endless bad things to say about the people that he worked with up here, and talking about how, like, his movie survived Alberta.
Okay, so on that topic, one thing that I can say about Michael Bay is, you know, I might not have the whole story, but everything that I've personally heard, and Michael Bay really loved working with Detroiters and in Michigan for the earlier Transformer things. And I've seen several interviews where he really just praised the kind of
the work ethic and the film community, the creative community that we had in Michigan at the time, and how he really loved working there and recommended other filmmakers take their projects to Detroit. And like all of the stories I heard about his support of the area and working with local talent as much as possible, like all the extras were local, you know, they didn't like fly a bunch of extras in or anything, or, you know, drive them in from like Canada or anything. So like, say what you will about liking the movies that he turns out, but like he may not show it in a way that a lot of people agree with or like, but he appears to just really at least really enjoy the process of filmmaking.
Yeah, everything I've heard about working with Michael Bay is that he is very professional. Like, he is polite, he is on time, he's considerate to his crew. He's a bit of a dictator, but he's not abusive.
Well, and as far as I know, from seeing what I've seen him say in interviews and from people that worked with him in the area, he's very supportive of the film community in general, and also whatever local areas he works with on a film.
And this kind of goes to like his willingness, like, you know, the commercial director, like he's willing to kind of do whatever. So it's not about like his one perfect vision. So there isn't quite the same ego tied up in like, you know, trashing on craftspeople because of how something turned out.
Yeah. So, and so that might be led to by his sort of dictatorial directing style, in that he knows if he goes about it this way, and he knows exactly what product he's looking for, that it's going to come out that way, and he's not going to need to blame anybody, and he doesn't feel like anything he's ever turned out needs to be excused. Like, he is getting what he wants out of what
he's also a very technology driven director. Like, he knows his technology very well. He knows what is and isn't going to cut, or I shouldn't say what is and isn't going to cut. He knows what he's going to care about in the cut. And so I've heard some experiences. So this is hearsay of working on Michael Bay's set. Is they were shooting some action inserts, like explosions, collisions, stuff like that, and they shot it like twice. And it's like neither time it was particularly great. And it's just like, all right, moving on. And it's like, oh, well, are you sure? And it's like yeah, it's going to be like, it's going to be gone in the blink of an eye. Like, whatever. Good enough. You know, then there's the big set pieces, which are like absurdly intricate, but all of the in-between stuff, it's like there's a good sense of proportionality there. Like, all right, which of these things are actually important? And, you know, as a like gear-driven director, he knows what the gear can do.
Well, and because he has such a clear vision of like, this is what Michael Bay's style looks like, and this is how we're shooting this. He knows that, you know, okay, so he's gonna blow up a couple cars, but he's only gonna use, you know, 5 frames or whatever. Like, he knows how it's gonna turn out in the end, and what he needs out of it. Like, that's fine. Like, no one's gonna see that detail that someone walked by in the background. You know, like, who cares?
So yeah, that's what I've heard, is that he is a polite dictator. Oh, drones blowing up the Skynets. Look at all the dead Terminators. Oh, the horror of what we have done. What we have wrought with these hands. You know, and the fact that every Michael Bay movie basically looks the same means that he never needs to like second guess what he wants something to look like. Like every shot looks the same. Every shot works the same. Every shot is moving. Every shot is swaying around. It's all so consistent that we make fun of it, but it means he never, ever second guesses exactly what he wants. So, yeah. I mean, and like it's the weird thing, like some of the stuff that he often gets crapped on for, like, you know, you go through his movies and there's actually a lot of like really sloppily made stuff in there because he knows it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You know, people make fun of him for reusing shots. Like there's this one shot that he's of a car getting crushed on a freeway that he's used like 3 times, like in 3 different movies, and he keeps going back to it because it's a great shot and he likes it, and it is kind of infinitely reusable. Also, it was a practical stunt effect that they did that is freaking amazing, and so I kind of don't blame them for like reusing it endlessly and just painting different transformers over it. They originally did it for The Island, where a bunch of chunks of like construction piping like fall off of a truck, and one of them, this giant steel plate, like bounces and then lands on a car and crushes it, and they've reused it a couple times just by like painting out the just painting a transformer over the steel plate. And what's going on?
I think we talked about this a little bit before, in the sense of like, the people that make a lot of money and that are consistently used in Hollywood aren't necessarily like all of the best people.
Also, yes, I think it hard locked the PlayStation.
Oh, boo. So.
Oh yeah, it's not responding.
Oh no.
I mean, that was the end of the game anyway. Like,
yay.
It was going into the credits.
Well,
it is loading the credits right now.
1 a.m. So that's like a perfect starting to wrap up time, I think.
Yeah.
I think you should show us your beautiful face and do some closing comments, good sir.
No, I don't think... Oh, right, I've still got that up. No, I don't think Trevorrow is going to get fired off of episode 9, because Kathleen Kennedy's husband is the big bad producer in charge of the Jurassic World films, and he is the one who hired Trevorrow for Jurassic World, and he is the one who hired him for Jurassic World 2, and Trevorrow has made them gob tons of money from Jurassic World. So Book of Henry falls so far below that plane of existence that unless like a lot of like really kind of serious social goodwill or like ill will builds against Trevorrow, like that's not a problem. Or I shouldn't say that's not a problem. That's not a thing that that Kathleen Kennedy is going to be concerned about. Yeah. Now, if Jurassic World 2 bombs or is like awful, that's a different story.
People are asking, so I'm just going to reiterate, yes, next week will be the Dream Daddy stream. We're taking a break from the terrible movie franchise games. Oh, what you do? I see. What are you adjusting? What are you doing? Why? I'm confused.
What?
There you are. What?
What's up? What's up?
What's going on? Are you are you excited to like to do Dream Daddy next week? You excited to do the? Just excited to do a little bit of daddy dating.
It's
You
gonna
wanna date some-
it's
you
gonna
wanna date
be
some dads?
it's gonna be a daddy night.
Really excited. Really excited about this. It's gonna be great.
Chiffon, I've talked about Catherine a whole bunch. Catherine is not a good game to stream. Like, it's actually a really bad game to stream because it's like 2 hours worth of puzzles and 3 hours worth of dialogue. So and the dialogue is worth paying attention to and is full of decision points. So it's not actually a good game to stream. There's a lot of time spent just sitting there listening to the game, and because it is actually engaging, it's like the whole reason why you would want to stream it is to engage with it as a game, like as a story. So, but it doesn't mesh well with that. I previewed it. I went back and replayed it to preview and evaluate like whether or not I could stream Catherine, and I played through like the first three puzzles, and it was like an hour and a half, and most of that is cutscenes, like just to get through 3 puzzles. So it was like, I mean, unless you skip all the dialogue and skip past all the cutscenes, at which point it's kind of like, well, why are you playing it now? So yeah, I don't know how you would make the bar sections fun to watch, and the bar sections are such a critical part about it. They're interesting if you're directly engaging with the game, like if you're playing it or watching, like in the room watching someone play it, like truly communally playing. So it's not necessarily an awful unstreamable game, but it would be a very different kind of stream. It's not a game that you're going to stream and talk over. It's going to be a game that you like stream and listen to, and then, you know, I mean, unless you just do the puzzles, which I guess is kind of fair, but I just feel like for the format of these streams, like it is not a good fit. Because it's like, we don't want to just do the puzzles, we want to do the story, but the story is 3 hours of very slow-moving cutscenes. Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like over even just the amount of time that I've been joining you for these, we've found kind of a groove in what makes a good streaming game, and also like what kind of conversations that they spawn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see what something like Dream Daddy
will be interesting. Okay. Oh, and now for those who don't know, we've got a special guest next week for Dream Daddy. Dr. Nerdlove will be joining us for a portion of the evening. Yeah, so I'm excited about that. He'll be dropping in and hanging out, and we'll be talking relationships as we engage in like just truly deeply unhealthy relationship goals.
Totally toxic goals of dating bad dad.
Yeah. As we fix bad dad. That is our goal.
No,
we're going to fix bad dad.
Dan, we're not
We are going
fix
to
bad
repair
dad.
him.
We've had this conversation.
We are going to cure him. We are what he needs.
This is if you were a woman, you would have learned this lesson long ago. This will be interesting to watch you learn this lesson.
We are what will make him whole. We will fix bad dad, and he will love us forever. We will form a truly, deeply codependent relationship, and he will never be able to leave us.
Save Bad Dad would be a good. I think Save Bad Dad is gonna have to be a good. Bombs Over Bad Dad is gonna be.
Oh, Bombs Over Bad Dad. I like Save Bad Dad. Bombs Over Bad Dad. I mean, I like that one, but it kind of doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
It just sounds
doesn't
good.
At all.
Save Bad Dad.
Save Bad Dad. Hashtag Save Bad Dad.
Yeah.
Will be our hashtag for that stream, and also maybe in the title. And I don't know. Maybe if you guys clamor for it enough, Dan will finally set up like a cafe press so that you can order Save Bad Dad shirts.
Oh, what was what's the technical release date? Is it Friday?
I think it's the 13th.
The 13th?
13th. I think it's Thursday, right?
It is Thursday. Yeah. So
whatever Thursday is, let's see.
So we'll be streaming on the 17th, so it is going to be a few days old. We're going to miss that first weekend, but I think there will still be plenty of hype for a Save Bad Dad hashtag on Monday. I'm
going to do my best to not catch any Dream Daddy spoilers over the weekend. I actually have an event to go to on Saturday, so I will have one full day of no spoiler possibilities. I have tried to convince Dan to do a stream the day of launch, but we decided to stick with the regular schedule.
Well, also that's no longer possible as I'm doing data management on a music video on Thursday. So
and also you've got Dr. Nerdlove committed now, so we're not going to change dates on him. So it is going to stick with the regular date. I do think though that maybe once I'm back from my Michigan visit, that we should do another general, like a filmmaking / creator Q&A. I think we've had enough time between the last one and now to maybe get a few new questions and
now so
talk maybe a little bit more about plagiarism and YouTube space usage and how to set up a studio or something.
I think the plan right now is, so next week is Dream Daddy. The week after is going to be kind of a cleanup night. So it's just going to be me. I'm going to be alone, but we're going to clean up some of our loose ends. So we're going to finish the last bit of G.I. Joe, the final boss of Transformers, and the last mission in Too Human. So that's going to be the 24th. So 24th is going to be cleanup, and then 31st is going to be
the History Channel.
History Channel Battle for the Pacific. And now before so in the meantime, we need to figure out...
Is that the last one? I thought there was one more after History Channel.
Then it's... Oh, yeah, then it's that... Well, okay, so after
Flame-bound...
So,
Flamer game?
the order of these is still up, because we've got Bound by Flame, which was part of the original sequence, and then we also have Path of Neo.
Oh, right. So we have History Channel and The Matrix and the Bound by Flame one.
Yeah. So I had put Path of Neo ahead of Bound by Flame.
I am actually... So here's my proposition. You tell me if this is not going to work for you. But my vote would be for the Monday... So after you do your wrap-up... because that's the Monday that I will be out of town. The week after, when I'm back, since I will be fresh in my mind how everything is laid out in Michigan, that we could do a Cities Skyline stream and talk about poor civic planning.
I would definitely need to brush up before that. I would need to spend a couple... No. Like, I have time, but make no mistake, I would spend the weekend before that, stealth playing a whole bunch of City Skylines to get good again. Also, I think they've got I think they've got another expansion coming out.
an expansion for cities?
For City Skylines. So
If it's coming out soon, I would say wait and do it, a timely stream for that one.
No, never mind. It already came out.
Boo.
The mass the mass transit one. Yeah, they've got a bunch of small.
Michigan doesn't have any of that. we have trains.
But mass transit transit is my favorite part of these games. I was actually like really waiting for this one.
That's exciting.
But then it completely slipped out of my mind, and so it's actually been out for like a month and a half now, and I just didn't.
I would love it. I would love it if we could try to quote fix the Michigan problem as you see it, and or like maybe build some of it like that.
I don't think we could, just because the specific way that the jug handles is formed. I don't know if we could model that in the game.
But I would also like then to do a second game where you try to fix New York's subway problem, because I have so many stories about
I'm pretty
how
sure
our
that
subway
one.
sucks.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone has already built that scenario.
But this would be us, and I could tell stories about crazy.
Yeah, so basically, I'm
things.
saying that if that scenario already exists, then I could just load up the scenario and would be good to go. We wouldn't need to first build New York.
Oh yeah, you could just start with it and then build just the subway system in a way that fixes it.
It would already be built, and then you would just rebuild.
I'm into that. I'm into that possibility. So I think then we should give you a couple extra weeks. So we should go back to one shitty game after I return at least, and then maybe do cities. I'm trying what I'm trying to do here is break up some of the bad games with stuff that's good.
Yeah, people see what you're trying to do. They see
people
through you.
Appreciate me. People
they see
appreciate
through
me
you.
for this,
They see
okay?
they see through your charade, your
People
charade.
I don't want to.
All right.
I don't want to play all the good games in a row, and then we only have terrible ones left. I want to. I want to break it up. I want to go back and forth. Maybe 2 bad games and then 1 good game. I think that's a good exchange.
All right. Terminator Salvation.
Oh yeah, where's it gonna go in the stack of shame?
I don't know, because we just finished it and I barely remember it. I
don't even know. I know it's kind of not fair because we were talking about not the game at all. But I honestly don't know what the plot of that was. Even after I read it.
Yeah, no, it ran through me. I'm feeling No. It is mechanically more sound than Dante's Inferno, but Dante's Inferno actually registers. Transformers had some.
I liked Dante's Inferno though as a stream game. I thought it gave us a lot of good streaming.
It did. There was a lot of stuff that happened where we could talk about it. So Terminator Salvation is unfortunately falling in this mid-range of games that are kind of just imminently forgettable.
It is. You are putting it though surprising. You are going to put it above Alien Crisis and Avatar.
Oh, because so Avatar was kind of long and samey. And it started to really wear on me after a while with how repetitive it was. Alien Crisis was a nightmare to actually play. Transformers Dark of the Moon was endless visual noise and had a bunch of awful, really grindy, pointless walls. Terminator Salvation, even the worst sort of parts that we got stuck at weren't that bad. Nothing took more than 4 tries, and I think I think that even included like a bunch of just really stupid mistakes, like where I ran out into cover and then something like walked out and just insta-killed me. And it's like, oh, I guess I should have...
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops. So, I mean, we were playing on easy. I'm sure if we were on a higher difficulty level, just with how much health those Terminators had. But, like, I was running out of ammo constantly. I feel like that would be just awful on harder difficulties.
I would rate it, if it were me, I probably would put it under Transformers, if only because Transformers did give more to the streaming. Like, we talked about, there was a lot of, like, weird stuff in that caught your eye, and we also were able to, in a constructive way, complain about how lame the enemies were. So, I don't know. Personally...
I would not feel...
Terminator enemies were so unvaried that, like, I literally
there
think
was
there
literally...
were three.
There are five types. There are literally only... So there's the Buzzbirds, there's the T7Ts, which are the ones that we fought, like, the most, the ones that you had to shoot from behind. There are the Skinwalkers, the T600s, and the Hunter Killers. There were 5 enemies.
I'm impressed that you even gathered that much. Like, that's really impressive.
Yeah, there were 5 enemies, and
at least in Transformers, there may have only been technically like 2 types of enemy, but they all they look different at least.
I mean, and Transformers had like weird ass missions where like
and
all
really
of a sudden it's a stealth
fights.
Mission, and
yeah, it had weird stuff. It also had like boss fights, whereas Terminator didn't really, like, it had the same thing but with more hit points or harder to hit mechanics, but it wasn't like unique boss fights or anything.
And like 2 vehicle sections.
Oh,
yeah.
geez.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw vehicle
yeah, no,
section
I am agreeing with well, they weren't I shouldn't say they were vehicle sections, they were like rail sections.
That's true.
Rail shooter
I liked
sections.
that first one was semi-interesting to watch. What were you in, like, the underground tunnels or something on, like, the train tracks?
Yeah.
But whatever other one it was, where you were in like a motorcycle or like a tank or something like that, that was awful. All right.
I'm actually kind of impressed. Like, people are impressed that it's like, I don't remember anything about this game, but I was able to remember the 5 enemy types.
Yeah,
and one of
really
those,
impressive.
yeah, like, so the one boss that they had, I mean, it was kind of a like lame throwback to 50 Cent Blood on the Sand, is that the bosses were all just helicopters basically, and you shot them with a rocket launcher, and yeah. We paid like no attention to this game, and it meant nothing. It meant just nothing. So I am okay right now with this ranking. I'm still debating 2 Human. 2 Human might move when we finish it up. Same with, well, Transformers probably isn't going to move. I feel like that one's pretty well set. Like, we were basically done the fight. Like, we were almost done the fight when it hard locked. So we just kind of need to like wrap that one up. G.I. Joe, I doubt is going to change. I'm actually going to be shocked if G.I. Joe even has like an ending cutscene, given the way that it was going. Like, I would not be surprised if we finish the final mission and it's just like, yeah, go Joes! Credits. You know, kind of like Battleship in that regard. So G.I. Joe is probably going to stay where it is. 2 Human right now, I'm still highly debating. It might go below Dog Days. Also, Wanted and Alien Crisis, I'm thinking of swapping. Just as time goes on, I still remember the pain of Alien Crisis.
No, I agree with it.
In a way.
I say do it now. As terrible as Wanted was, it offered so much laughter, whereas Men in Black was so horrible and so forgettable. I say go for it. I say swap those right now.
So, like, and yes, in a weird way, Dog Days kind of is almost like, oh no, Dog Days is actually really good to stream because there's so much like WTF. There's so much to talk about in just every awful decision. But I'm kind of enjoying having it all the way down there as a reference
metric?
point, as a metric. But Too Human,
I
I'm
agree.
actually starting to feel like Too Human is going to overtake Dog Days.
I didn't even see Dog Days, and I would support your decision in putting Too Human below any other game.
Yeah, like just, I mean, I don't want to say length alone, but like that chapter 3 was almost 4 hours long of just these endless circular platforms. It was so bad. It was so long and so repetitive and so bad. But at the same time, Too Human has given us a lot to talk about. And we made friends with someone who worked on the game. So
Right.
that's cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm feeling pretty confident about this ranking right now. This is gonna sound all right. Some of you in chat, feel free to get excited about this. I'm thinking of moving Dante's Inferno up one slot.
Oh yes.
Because the longer I look at this and ask myself, which of these would I replay? I'm feeling like I might actually replay Dante's Inferno before I would replay Rise of Cobra.
I would hope so. I would replay if we're talking about so what the things it sounds like we're rating these games on are variation, replay,
Like so actual kind of a quality
like if
assessment.
you're forced to replay one, if you were forced to replay one, which would it be, that order? And then also, did they offer things to talk about in stream, or were they good for the stream? Like those are the three sort of metrics I think that we've been rating the Stack of Shame on.
Yeah. We should codify that. Nah. It's it's nice doing it just kind of loose.
Yeah, it's gotta be a little amorphic. Maybe if the stack just gets way too big to manage.
Yeah. So
like if it gets real big, we'll make separate rankings for like actual goodness of game, and then one stack that'll be like goodness for streaming, and one stack that'll be like had some good moments.
G.I. Joe did have the goop section in the stream, but the goop section could have fit into any stream.
Any game.
Like, because G.I. Joe was another one. Like, I actually, you know what? I'm going to do it. I am re-ranking Dante's Inferno. I am re-ranking Dante's Inferno purely because as we've seen, what is starting to form is this middle section of stuff that we didn't pay attention to, that just kind of like ran right through us and just sort of isn't really worth remembering.
Yeah. I think
so. It's an inverse bell curve. It's like worth remembering because they're actually kind of fun, funny, stupid, tacky, weird, or just whatever. Worth talking about because they're bad, awful, ugly, disgusting, and mean. And then just kind of the gulch of like in between. So that's kind of how this is starting to form.
Yeah, there's like this like Grand Canyon in between of like ultimately forgettable, but
ultimately
talk
forgettable.
Over them all.
Yeah.
And then there's something that's like so bad that you could talk over it because there's nothing in it to talk about, but it's so bad that it keeps drawing your attention of like, what the fuck? And also, why am I playing this?
So if Wanted wasn't so mean-spirited, like if it weren't just so philosophically awful, it would probably be right underneath Dante's Inferno. Also,
yes.
it was kind of not actually very fun.
Zach Melchert
The bullet
says,
bending is not
horseshoe
nearly as
theory.
fun as people wanted
You're
it to
using-
be.
You're using the game rating horseshoe theory.
And then Alien Crisis was so broken and just so stupid. And then, of course, Too Human is rapidly approaching infamy, as is Dog Days. Dog Days currently holds its place because it's kind of all of these. It's a broken game. It's an ugly game. It's a mean-spirited game. It is difficult to play. Like, it controls poorly. It's glitchy. Yeah. So there's that's the way it's going. The Canyon of Meh. All right.
The Grand Canyon of Meh. All right, this is a good. So quick wrap up then. Next week, Dream Daddy, guest host Dr. Nerdlove.
Guest host Dr. Nerdlove.
Next week after that will be
Cleanup.
a Crystal's Missing stream with a cleanup of all of the other games that we've been missing a couple levels on here and there, which I'm grateful that this is happening when I'm not here. Thank you, Dan. You are a merciful gun daddy. And then when we come back, we will do probably one of the other games. Most likely that we're looking at the History Channel one.
History Channel Battle for the Pacific.
Yep, and then
which
maybe
is
one
only
of the
like
other
2
bad
hours
ones.
long.
Yeah, and then maybe one of the other bad ones the week after that, or we might take an interlude for City Skylines to talk about the crappy mass transportation in New York City and how to fix it, and also why Michigan is laid out perfectly fine, but Dan doesn't believe me and wants to show me how to make it better. So we will do a City Skylines fun time talk about transportation and city building.
Yeah, and
also probably more Robert Moses talk. So if you guys want to brush up on the interesting stories of Robert Moses in New York City.
Oh, I should see if Nella is available.
That would be great.
Yeah, we might get Nella on new episode on Wednesday. It'll be done on time because the script is already written. So I'm gonna.
Woohoo!
Yeah, and that is, I think, everything. Anything you want to plug?
No, I don't got anything to plug this week.
Right.
We did our chats about the people that we like this week.
All right, we're just gonna get
my
new mic. Gonna get my new mic into. All right, everybody.
Set your new mic up.
Set my new.
There we go. Perfect. I love it. It's beautiful.
All right, everybody.
So
thank you for coming out. Thank you for hanging out. Like, share, subscribe, click the thing, click the bell, and also send me your blood.
Good.
I need
comment, guys. Also
comment, but before you comment, send me your blood. I need it. Don't ask questions. Just put it in an envelope, slap some stamps on it, and send it my way.
Just put it directly in the envelope.
Yeah. And
you
address that to Dan Olson in Canada. You know where he is, and put that in a mailbox.
Perfect.
Do it. Night,
Bye.
everybody.